on pop culture. Well, don't do that. Gosh, robots. They're out to kill us all. Well, welcome to the show, everyone. I am Dictor Van Doomcock, the future ruler of Earth, such as it will be after our AI overlords, figure out what to do with us. But for now, I'm the future ruler of Earth. My reign may only be, a weekend. But nevertheless, I'm glad to be here with all of our pop culture pundits here tonight. And we've got a lot of stories to talk about. We've got the Mandalorian Grogu Super Bowl ad that we're going to talk about. We've got some new disclosures that I think have weighed in heavily on the whole issue of, is He-Man going to be good, or is it going to be a toxic pile of woke garbage? We're going to talk about that. And gosh, we've got a Snow Woke, some revelations about Snow White, courtesy of Forbes. They did some forensic digging and uncovered the ugly truth about how much Disney's, cultural vandalism cost them. And I'm so happy that it was not a big success, because, we shouldn't reward this sort of thing. We're going to have a special guest star on here. JRC 99US is going to go to town on the Sisko episode of Starfleet's Academy. So I'm looking forward to that. Gosh, we got a lot of stuff. But before we do that, let's go around and introduce our panel of pop culture pundits to each and every one of you out there in the chat. And hail the chat, hail the wrenches, and hail to you, Gary Ambrosia, in a cushy cell here at the center of the earth, a wonderful cell. It's deluxe. I bet you didn't know that. This is the deluxe suite. Fuck, this used to be the honeymoon suite, but we cleaned it. How are you?
I'm all right. I think that would explain why I have a really wide, berth here. It's like 5.5 feet wide.
It is.
Which is, almost enough for a bed. Definitely enough for like a small, bathing vessel, that I can soak my feet in every once in a while. But yeah, it's very spacious in here. I have I have just under a 6 foot ceiling up here.
Wow, you've measured it.
Thank you for that.
Well, you're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah. Shit. Well, maybe if we took out the chandelier, you'd have even more headspace. Or did we already do that? I'm not sure.
Well, you could take out the chandelier, but then I won't be able to see. So,
all right. All right.
I can squat and look, so.
I think we're going to install a retractable bar for you. So, you push a button and, the bar springs out and you can, but it's a safe, a space saving feature, right?
Retractable bar for one. Thanks, Doom.
Well, shit. Well, what do you want? Another button to push for a playmate to pop out or something? Well, don't we all, motherfucker? Don't we all?
Yeah. That's Gary's safe space.
Yeah.
I'm really safe from escaping. Hail to the chat, hail to the wrenches. We love you guys. Let's go ahead and do this.
If Santa brings you that, let me know, because other than I've got a beef with him, because I've always wanted a retractable bar / retractable playmate, with attachments. And now we go to Rob Wright's Gen X Pop Culture. Rob, it's good to see you. How you doing tonight?
Doing great, Doomcock. Glad to be here. Thank you for being here. Folks, we got an interesting one for you tonight. A lot of woke stuff, a lot of bad stuff, but there is some good stuff. There's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, and we got a great movie tonight.
Absolutely. The Man with Dos Brainos, or two brains in English, even though that's a toxic language, associated with masculinity and whiteness, etc. and so on. I know. I feel soiled even speaking English. And wait, no, I don't. I don't give a shit. That's right. I forgot for a minute. And now we go to, and the thumbs up and the okay sign and what other micro transgressions can I do? I still haven't gotten any feedback. I'm tired of microaggressions. I want to do macroaggressions. I want to do full bore aggressions. How do I do it, wokies? How do I do it? But now let's go to a full bore transgression. A white female who is articulate and wry and satirical, using humor, which is, the absolute worst thing that you can do to wokies. Humor. Oh dear. What do you do with that? Welcome Heather L to the show.
Hail to the chat. Hail to you, Doomcock. Great to see you. I'm not locked up like Gary, so life's good. And
Well, that's
talk about man.
that's helpful. I'm
Yeah.
sure Gary feels just wonderful now that you
Yeah, thanks,
Well,
Heather.
at least I'm not
I'll
locked
trade
up
places
like
anytime
Gary.
you want.
Jeez, oh boy. All
Well,
right.
she also has an invisible robe, don't you, Heather?
She does have a invisible robe, but she only wears it for certain special occasions. Certain special occasions that are associated with trying to get her in a better place in the Tao and Zen, so that she no longer has problems with being a wayward woman with sexual addiction problems. That's Swami Harvey Ding Dong, but we'll talk about that later. All right, thank you very, very much, Heather L. And now we go to our wayward lad, Doug Nelson, ladies and gentlemen. He was feeling absolutely under the weather last week, but he is here. I thought it might have been Starfleet Academy that robbed him of the will to shall we say breathe. But how are you, Doug? What are you up to?
Well, I'm alive, so there's that. Plus, I skipped on Starfleet Academy, so that might explain my survival, you understand?
Yes, well, I mean, I think all of us are, remembering the immortal words of Roberto Duran when he said, no mas, no mas. And I think that Starfleet Academy has been that no mas moment for us. So I don't blame you. You're a crash test smarty, but, fuck, there are limits. So welcome to the show, Doug. Good to see you.
Thanks. It's good to see me too.
It's very good to be seen. No doubt about it. And let's see, we have also up here, Sean Carter. Hail to you, Sean. How are you, my friend? Good to see you.
Doing good. Hope everyone out there is doing well, and looking forward to the show. It's good to see everyone.
It is good to see you, Sean. Welcome to the show. And we have joining us, we're lucky enough to have Echo Base Network here. He has gone back to Echo Base Network. No wonder. I guess he was inspired by the Mando Grogu Super Bowl spot.
Oh, God. I was more inspired by that halftime show. Good God, man. I've been fighting battles on social media about that halftime show. It's like, God, I didn't like the halftime show. Like, it's the end of other people's lives.
Well, maybe that's a Darwinian thing, Nick.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a Darwinian thing,
Yeah, but yeah, hail to everybody in chat, everybody on the panel. Good to be here as always. I do actually got a work project in an hour, so my time's gonna be short on here tonight, but I'm always happy to be here.
Well, delighted to have you, Nick, and you will be here for our discussion on the Mando Grogu trailer. But for right now, let's go ahead and get to our breakdown. And the first item, as people are filing in, we're going to do a lighter first item, and then we're going to go right into the future of Star Wars. He says, laughing, the future of Star Wars. I mean, yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. All right. So let me go ahead and we have some new information about whether He-Man is going to be woke or not. And unfortunately, it's some very disappointing information, folks. We were kind of debating it last week, and we concluded that there was some hope for it. We had the, pronouns in the start and all that stuff. And we said, well, maybe that's satirical. Maybe it is. Well, guess again. So here we go. Here was a little news item, and I'm going to go ahead and share this from our good friend Matt McGloin over at Cosmic Book News. This was a post that he put up here, a little news item I think people will find very interesting. It says, hold on a sec here. Let me scroll. Okay, there we are. So here come the lectures. First, it's He-Man using pronouns, and now Skeletor is back, and apparently he's not just a villain anymore, but a walking symbol of toxic masculinity. That's how Masters of the Universe director, ladies and gentlemen, the director, Travis Knight, is framing Jared Leto's version of the iconic villain in the upcoming reboot. In this interview, Knight revealed Leto's take on Skeletor will be a faithful recreation of the classic character, but with a modern psychological twist. It's updated for the modern audience, you see. It says Skeletor is kind of the embodiment of toxic masculinity, Knight said without a hint of irony. So, yeah, bad enough it's Jared Leto, but now we've got the director saying that the whole point of Skeletor in this movie is that he is an example of toxic fucking masculinity. This is not good. This does not bode well for He-Man, in my humble opinion. And I just want to go around and get everyone's, does this impact your opinion of the upcoming He-Man movie at all? The guy wasn't joking, folks. The guy wasn't joking. What is toxic masculinity? I personally, I'm proud to be toxic and masculine, but I don't think they mean it in a good way if it's Skeletor. You know, Skeletor's the bad guy. Unless they're going to turn him into the hero, like he shows He-Man how to be, you know, put the he in man, you know what I mean? Like he's going to go ahead and give him be a role model for He-Man, who's, you know, squishy, blonde surfer dude, you know, working in an office with pronouns. Maybe Skeletor says, I got that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Personally, I think that this movie may be DOA. Gary, what do you think?
Well, it's funny to me that the character of Skeletor, who is embodying all of toxic masculinity, is being played by one of the most anti-toxic femme beta males there is in Hollywood.
True facts.
You know, like you can't write this shit. It's like casting Denzel Washington as Malcolm X. You know, it just doesn't work. You know, it goes against your own narrative. But what I find interesting is this guy who's directing, what's his name? Travis Knight.
Yeah.
He's actually the son of Nike co-founder, what's the Knight?
Phil Knight?
Phil Knight. That's his son.
Knight, yeah.
So we can see now that it's not hard work and talent that gets you these jobs. It's complete fucking nepotism. And Nike, is that a woke company, fellas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it? Oh,
When it suits them.
When it suits them, like when, you know, accidentally, you know, gets out, you know.
Well, weren't they the ones that did the Forces female campaign? That
Probably.
KK said that was just like a Nike thing.
I
that
think
a Nike thing?
I don't know. Were they the ones that did the thing saying that like Serena Williams was the greatest athlete ever? Serena Williams?
I don't know.
Yeah, sounds right.
But that's who we're dealing with here, guys. So there you go. This pile of shit is being helmed by the son of Phil Knight, co-founder of Nike, one of the wokest fucking companies in the world. And there you go. Toxic masculinity. Skeletor representing all of us, right? Great. They're going to make me root for Skeletor now. Cool.
Well, that's the thing is what they're doing a cunning and disturbing plan to make us like root for Jared Leto. Oh my God!
Lovely.
Oh my stars!
That's true. They're actually going to get us to root for a character that Jared Leto plays. Maybe that was done by his management. Tell him it's toxic masculinity. They'll watch it.
They'll be rooting for Skeletor.
Yeah.
So Rob, I want to ask you. You know, you were all bright-eyed with hope, and you know, and bushy-tailed, and saying, you know, that it looked promising. And being a supervillain, I just love to see that hope crushed right out of your eyes. So, what do you think, Rob?
I'm fucking pissed. Pardon my language, but I mean, honestly, guys, I just seriously. First of all, you did stand up for Skeletor because the producers wanted him to be in a mask, and you're like, no, he's gonna be full skull face. So congratulations, you stood up for him. But then you call him a toxic male, which I honestly, toxic masculinity to me, that's sexist. And let's be honest. There is nothing wrong with masculinity. There is nothing wrong with femininity. The problem is that these people put these words in front of it because they want to downgrade it. There's nothing wrong with a strong man. There's nothing strong with a feminine woman. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I hate the fact that they even put those out there because it deranges people and makes us put each other down and divides us. And we don't need to be divided right now. We need to be united. And He-Man is one of the most toxic masculine brands there was. You know, He-Man's this big, strong dude. All the toys were pretty much muscular. The women actually in the toy line look pretty feminine, and even in the comic book and the cartoon, but they still hold their own. But this was this is a boys' show. This taught guys to have strength and honor, and then that it was okay to be manly. And when you're trying to sell your movie in freaking Empire magazine, one of the popular movie magazines, and you describe your villain as a toxic male, that just throws everybody off. Everybody who liked this stuff sits there and goes, "What the heck are you doing? Why do we have all these woke ass terms?" And I'm so sick of it. You know, I mean, I can put up with a little bit of the race swapping and for certain characters, but man, you're pushing me way past the point. And I'll probably see this movie, but man, if it's crap, I'm gonna rip the hell out of it. I can't wait to rip the hell out of it if it's like that. And I think it might be because I'm hearing all kinds of race swaps besides the ones we know about, and I'm just sick of it. Get your act together, Hollywood. We're sick of this crap.
All right, there we go.
It's not done by mistake. It's so funny that you think that it's still like their mistake. They're right on point, man.
This they want us back. Yeah.
This is what everything you just said is why they're doing what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I know it, dude. I know it. It's so fucked up. It's so fucked up. You know, the Snow Woke story today, you know, about how much money Disney lost, and we'll get to that in just a little bit. But you know, it just made me. I just had to go back and revisit images from the movie, and it was like you know, like recalling under hypnosis, you know, an abduction experience with a Mickey Mouse shaped probe. You know what I mean? Really unpleasant, really bad. Those ears, man. God, those ears, they hurt. But I'm telling you, I just got a whole new perspective again on fucking how awful this woke shit is. And it just reignited just a fire in me because you get acclimated to it, you know, and then you see shit like this, and then Snow Woke reminds you, and it just kind of, you know, doubled my efforts in this regard. Heather, what do you think of this? So are you less excited about this or more excited?
Well, no, I actually think, right, for Jared Leto to pull off masculinity, like either toxic or otherwise, is Oscar worthy, right? Hey, this is a marketing campaign by his
Oh, Heather, that's very funny.
And yes.
Well, I'm hoping, right, like other movies, this has happened with other movies, right, where the marketing is more woke than the actual movie because the actors, directors, whoever, they want a virtue signal in the press because the press is super woke. They said kind of stuff like this with Superman, right? Like, and then the movie turned out to be really not that woke. But in a lot of the interviews, it seemed like it was going to be. There was another movie too, and I can't even remember what it was right now, where the cast talked this up, and then you get to the movie and it's not really that woke. But they cannot afford to do this. Like, take Snow Woke as an example. Like, part of the reason people didn't even go to see that it was a horrible movie was the actress just killed it before it even got to the theaters. Like, everyone hated her. It's like, you cannot, like, afford with how bad the box office has been lately. You know, people get excited, they finally see a trailer that looks halfway decent, and you just killed it.
Yeah.
You can't afford to do this because people would just stay home now and wait and see if it's crap at home where they can just, you know, turn it off, not spend the money.
You're right.
Mistake, but you know, I don't know. Jared Leto, he probably sunk him trying to get his Oscar. He's taking the movie.
Hope snuffed a warning on Pop Culture Breakdown. Heather, nicely said. Nicely said. And now, best athletic supporting actor performance in a movie. The jockstrap goes to, and there it is. Oh, we're having trouble keeping Sean in here. Having trouble keeping Sean in here.
I'm just sitting here.
Yes. How do you keep him on the farm after he's seen Puri? Well, I don't know. Let's go now to Doug Nelson. Doug, I don't know if you're much of a He-Man kind of guy, fan, but this does not seem promising to me.
No. I mean, I had very little interest to begin with when they said it was going to be on Earth and that sort of thing. I was like, I'm not interested in that. Just that on the get-go. But I concur with Heather. It's like the marketing can often doom a project and this sort of thing. And even if it's just a few little woke trappings here and there and that kind of thing, but it's death to a movie at this point. This is a lesson that needed to be learned some time ago. You've seen it repeated a couple of times over, and it's like, I don't care. I don't, it gets to the point where we let you know, but basically it's pretty good. They got this cool sequence that, never gonna know. Because you do stupid things like this. So you get a whiff of wokeness at this point, and your project is dead. So if that's the case, well, great going, stupid. But they're still in the bubble, they just, the language just rolls off the tongue. They don't even really think it through and all that, And as far as you have to pursue it because of the financial situation that was initially, that was manipulating these films and whatnot. Well, they started noticing they were going broke too. So, it's all very stupid. So okay, but yeah, if Jared Leto can pull that off, that would be amazing, And they're going to help him because you're not going to see his face; it's just going to be the skull. So, hey, this might be the breakout moment for Jared Leto. So there is that. So yeah, great. I mean, the whole thing's stupid. I mean, the name of the main hero is He-Man.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, masculinity, ew. And I was like, okay, well, yeah. Well, good luck. Matters of the universe. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck indeed, sir. Good luck indeed. Let's see. Let's go to I believe Nick is next. Nick, what say you about this?
I'm gonna have a little bit different take here. I actually wasn't that concerned over this comment. I don't think it's good for the movie, because of how much woke has destroyed movies. But from what I'm hearing from people who have seen this movie already, this is not a woke movie. Now you can take that with a grain of salt, but as you will, because I mean I haven't seen it. But I'm kind of comparing this a little bit to the whole X-Men '97 marketing campaign.
Right.
So when if you guys remember when X-Men '97 was being done, you had the gay black guy showrunner. Wolverine and Morph were gonna have a gay relationship. There's going to be non-binary character, all this stuff that they were pushing, and it was all coming out there, and none of that was in the show. None of that was there, and it actually was a really good show. It was probably the best show I've personally seen Disney put out. I really enjoyed it anyways. Now, as far as Jared Leto goes, which I'm not a fan of at all, I'm in complete agreement with everybody else. If he could pull off the toxic masculinity thing with Skeletor, he should win an Oscar, because he is the biggest beta bitch male on planet Earth, I think. But yeah, and the thing is, when I hear the whole toxic masculinity thing, I'm just like, okay, so that means she's going to be a cool badass. Awesome. Love it. So
Right.
Sign me up. Make them all toxic. Make everybody toxic masculinity men. So I'm all for it. I hope Skeletor is toxic masculinity male villain character. Now whether Jared Leto can pull that off or not is a different story, but yeah, I'm actually not that upset over this. I think it's very dumb on the director's part. He doesn't need to be bringing that kind of crap into interviews, because it is not helping his case to get people in to see this movie, because I've seen how much it turns the audience off, and it's because of the culture that we're in. So when those things are being pushed out there, it's going to naturally turn people off. And so if people aren't going to go see this because of his comments and the race swaps, I don't blame them one bit. Because I don't agree with the race swaps, and I don't agree that he should have said that. It doesn't mean the movie's going to be bad. It doesn't mean the movie's going to be good. But from what I'm hearing, it's not going to be this woke sort of type movie. And that it's actually a pretty well done and a pretty fun ride, from what I'm hearing from people that are anti-woke people who have apparently seen screenings of it. But I don't know. I'm still gonna go check it out, and I'll give my honest opinion. If it is a complete shit show, I'll destroy that thing online, and I hope everybody else does too. But if it's good, I'll be like, hey, it actually wasn't that bad. But yeah, I'm like I said, I'm not in agreement with some of the decision makings for this thing, but I'm gonna give it a chance.
All right, fair enough. Sean, what do you think?
Man, I wish these fuckers would just stop using the word toxic in front of it, because they just mean masculinity.
Yeah,
that's what they don't want to put the toxic word in front of it. They just mean all masculinity is toxic. And I agree with Doug. I don't think it's necessarily going to be some woke thing, but the thing is, they have to keep fucking poking. You know what? Here's what I want. I want some director or producer to come out and say, we're going to be putting out this movie. It's going to be filled with babes, fast cars, cool gunfights, and spaceships. And the dudes are going to love it.
Yeah.
And that's what I want.
yeah.
That would be great marketing.
Yeah.
Great marketing on their part if they did that.
Yeah. There was no need for them for him to say that, other than maybe to satisfy a few of the people that like, oh, well, he's gonna attack the masculinity, so I'm gonna go and support it. Even if he doesn't, he's saying it for compliance or something. Fuck these people. I mean, I'm still gonna see the movie and everything, but just come out. We're gonna give you a high octane damn movie, and it's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, of course, when they say that, when they say, it's going to have spaceships and babes and action and dudes and kick-ass trucks and stuff, know it's going to be My Pretty Pony 3 on Fire Island, right? That's what's coming, right?
Yeah,
and it's going to be like, da, 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 and, it's going to be
rainbows and butterflies.
Yes. Yeah. So avoid that kind of, unless we see trailers. We gotta see trailers.
Yeah, or if it's someone like Jean-Claude Van Damme comes and says, I'm gonna make a movie, or Schwarzenegger's we're gonna have an awesome movie, it's gonna have lots of guns, or something like that.
And that might be it. That might be it.
And we will get one more trailer for this thing before it comes out. So that will also say a lot once we get that.
I guess so. Thera V1 says Sunshine Lollipops. Exactly. Sunshine Lollipops. You're spot on, dude. All right. Well, speaking of Sunshine Lollipops, gosh, how many of you are just like agog and just tickled pink over the Mandalorian and Grogu Super Bowl ad?
Best ad ever.
Fuck, when I saw that, and I see this snow thing, and then I see this muzzle, and I said, that looks like a tauntaun. And then I see the legs, and it's like, oh, that's definitely a fucking tauntaun. And then I was like, oh my God, what the actual fuck do these people think they're doing? I'm just gonna walk you through this. For those of you who did not see this, I think you need to see it. And I'm sorry, but listen, there's nothing inherently offensive about it. It's more a question of, do you have any fucking idea at this point how much trouble Star Wars is in? Do you have any notion of how fucked up this shit is? Because obviously, I don't think you do. I don't think you understand it. Let me just walk you through this. So, we see this fucking, kind of sleigh type of thing, I guess, a wagon. And look, there's, there we go. And it's like, oh God. And then we see, the reins being held by Mando. And then, oh, look at that. The Force over to little baby Gugu's fucking hand. And then, gosh, and there they are. And it's so fucking cute. Yeah, that's what we need in Star Wars. We definitely needed more baby Gugu. We needed more cute shit. We needed like a knowing wink to a fucking Budweiser ad of, decades ago, back when, it was the king of beers and not, the queen, they, them of fucking beers. I mean, look at this. Look at this. It's like that. And did anyone tell them it's not Christmas in February? I mean, this is definitely like a Christmas kind of, snow ride. I can hear the jingle bells. Can't hear any jingle balls, though. There are no balls in this. And then you go ahead and and they look at each other. Oh, it's so fucking cute. Baby Gugu. Ooh, so fucking cute. And, and this is it. This is the trailer. And the punchline is it takes 4 fucking tauntauns to pull a hover sleigh that has no friction, it has no fucking contact with the snow, for Christ's sake. Seriously. Seriously. A fucking Oompa Loompa alone could pull that sucker. God almighty. And then look, and that's the payoff. Baby.
And he fucking eats him.
Yeah.
No, that would have been awesome. As watching that like the little frog in Jabba's mouth.
Yes.
Yeah.
That would have saved it. That would have saved it. I mean, my God. Let me look. And I've seen a lot of I've seen a lot of people saying, oh, lighten up. Oh, this was a cute, witty little, homage to an old, Budweiser Super Bowl spot. And it's like, yeah, I got that. But the thing is, that is what a winner does when they're on top. When you can go ahead and flush away $7 million and a captive audience of millions because you're so fucking secure that your movie is in a great spot, your franchise is in a great spot, not that the franchise has been hemorrhaging fans for a decade at least, that you have failed and failed and failed again, and you don't need to go ahead and draw fans back into the, into the fold, put their asses in seats and say, hey, you know what? We know we fucked up earlier. We know we gave you a lot of tepid shit like Ahsoka and, fucking Obi-Wan, for Christ's sake, the Kenobi show, Book of Boba Fett, the adventures of a, hefty, guy in a Speedo lying in a Bacta tank. I mean, fuck me, fuck me. It's unfucking believable. The absolute cluelessness that they would put this out. This hurts the chances of this movie vastly. And even after the first fucking trailer, when we were saying, boy, that's really kind of boring. It looks like a fucking episode of the fucking show. And there's a little bit of action in it, but it's mostly shots of baby fucking Gugu doing all the same shit that he always does with the fucking ball, wanting to steal people's food, wanting to, oh, it's so fucking God. This played into the worst of the cliches. It's like they're doubling down on it. You're fucked. Star Wars is fucked. If this is the best you can fucking do, this is what a winner does when they are not desperate. This is desperation. Look. Look, the adventures of baby Gugu and his fucking sitter. So that's my fucking feelings about this. It's terrible. What a fucking, I don't know if it's arrogance or just sheer miscalculation, stupidity. This is the Star Wars needed this like a fucking hole in the
Careful.
like a new asshole, and they've already got 3 or 4 at this point. So I don't know. We're just gonna go around. I'll let Nick chime in because we don't know how long we have Nick, and then we're like cycled back to Gary. Nick, what? Wow, I could not. Honestly, I could not believe it. Literally, my jaw dropped, and I shook my head a couple of times, like I was hallucinating or something. I mean, I could not believe that they did this.
Yeah. So, did you see Lucasfilm actually had to make a statement because of the backlash of this thing?
Yes, I did. As a matter of fact, I have that queued up. But go ahead, Nick. I'll read that word for word.
Yeah. So, here we are in Filoni's regime, and what do we get? This Super Bowl ad. Great decision, guys. Great decision. He's head of creative. He had to approve this thing. So, yeah. And Doomcock, you hit the nail on the head when you said, if this is something that an IP does when they're like already at the top. When they're already at the top and things are going great, they're freaking raking in money. Merch sales are through the roof. Star Wars is not in that position and has not been in that position in a long time. And this is not the way. It was a complete joke. Now, I will say this: Sam Elliott is the man. He's a badass, and his voiceover work in it, I liked Sam Elliott, but I'm just a fan of him. But yeah, this whole thing was a disaster. And the fact that they had to come out and make a statement on it. I mean, and Jon Favreau was involved with this. He directed this thing.
What is there to direct?
Where was? Yeah, and the thing is, like, as much faith as I had in Favreau, especially over Filoni, at one point, I'm sitting there like, dude, did you not like get to a point and say, guys, this is dumb and this is not a good idea? Like, does anybody over there speak up, or is it like all like a bunch of kiss asses and like, oh, we don't want to upset anybody. Oh yeah, that's a great idea. Just a bunch of yes men, which is what George Lucas surrounded himself with the prequels. It feels like that's what is surrounding people over at Lucasfilm right now. So yeah, I was not a fan of this. This is a bad decision on their part, and this is not getting butts in seats for that movie. If anything, it's gonna just turn even more people off from going and seeing this thing. And on top of that, remember, this is a 90-minute film. This is gonna be the shortest Star Wars film ever put out in theaters. It's basically a two episodes of Mando. So, line up, because I guarantee you, there's gonna be lines around the block to see that. 2 episodes, a 90-minute Star Wars film, and I don't even know if that's with or without the credits. So I don't know. They're a mess over there. It's like they're all incompetent. Nobody over there knows what to do. Like please put me in charge. I don't know anything about running a movie studio. I could do a better job.
Yeah, so could we all. Here is absolutely, Nick, absolutely. Here's what they said. Quote, this was Lucasfilm trying to clear up confusion over their Mandalorian and Grogu Super Bowl commercial. Our creative and marketing team, wow, it took a team to come up with this idea, ladies and gentlemen, landed on a unique concept that gave a nod to classic big game spots of years past. It captured the warmth, humor, and emotional connection between these two beloved characters, and was the perfect next step for our campaign as we lead up to their big screen debut this summer. They wanted it to feel, according to Culture Crave on their post, instantly iconic, cinematic, and quintessentially Star Wars. Wow, really? And it was directed by Favreau It reportedly cost over $7 million for the Super Bowl spot, and I think about $37 for the actual filming of it. I mean, they had the Vidya camera, they had the backdrop, they had, the costumes. I don't know. They probably got some AI. Any one of us using AI tools could have whipped this out probably in an afternoon.
Yeah.
Probably in an afternoon.
I need to try to get some of those AI guys doing AI Star Wars fan films to recreate this thing and actually have the Tauntaun eat Grogu at the end. That would just make
that
it
would be
better.
nice.
Maybe the guys who did you, Nick.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna have to email them and see if I can get somebody on that.
Well, I think it would make it better. Gary, holy shit, dude! What? I know you didn't watch the Super Bowl. You're not a football fan, but when you saw this, I mean, what do you think? This is.
Well, I'm relieved to hear that the Lucasfilm PR department has informed us that we're the ones who are confused.
Right.
So that clears up a lot of stuff. I normally don't kiss your ass, Doomcock, but really the point that you made about how this is what winners do when they're on top, that's like, spot on target right there.
Thank you, sir.
Nick, you were mentioning about the environment of motion pictures and television and stuff, and Yes Men and things like that. That right there is the primary problem in this industry is that the discipline and the real psychological, I guess you could call it torture that an actor, a director, writers used to not only tolerate themselves, but endure or force their fellow creatives to endure to get a great product is gone. Everyone,
I can see it
because that kind of pain and suffering is where art comes from, and they'll never understand that, and they'll never be brave enough to embrace that because it hurts. It hurts temporarily, but the victory that arises from it is forever, because you've got this cinematic piece of gold that's forever on screen, and all your blood, sweat, and tears went into making that, and people can see it for generations. But they don't think that way. It's always about the quickest 5-minute success, and they want to keep their jobs. Nobody really has the you could say balls or ovaries to ask, is this the right thing that we're doing? Does this suck? Are people going to like this? They don't even go there. They really just care about keeping their jobs. They don't want to stir the pot. They're probably not allowed to by these HR Gestapo. And this is what you get. This is what you get. And if people don't like it, then it's turned around on them, people being you guys. So the Tauntaun pulling a hover sled, 4 Tauntauns pulling a craft that has technology that we can only dream of. Right.
It takes 4 of them.
I mean, yeah. It's just I get that it's a gimmick. This is probably not even a scene in the movie. I don't know, maybe it is.
Yeah.
But it's just not very well thought out.
No.
It's kitschy. You know what I mean? It's the opposite of art. It's kitsch. It's like, oh, wouldn't it be cute if we did this? Oh my God, yes, that would be so cute. That's the kind of conversation that goes on in the creative, in the writing room when this shit is being conceived. That's it. And there's, I'm telling you, man, you nailed it. This is what winners do on the top. It becomes a tongue-in-cheek joke when you've already got something to back it up, but there's nothing to back it up.
Yeah.
There's a life of the Tauntauns when they were puppets, and then when they were taken to an actual frozen location, and the actors were miserable and sitting on top of these ridiculous puppets, and the things are barely able to move because of how cold it is. There's a life that comes out of that. That's not here.
No.
That's not here.
Not at all.
At any moment, Pedro Pascal can jump off of the fucking green block that he's sitting on, pre-insertion of the hover sled, and go and grope someone for his emotional needs. So like, there's no stakes.
Right.
You know, say what you want about the pricks that Mark Hamill and Harrison Ford have become. At least they're out in the snow, you know, risking like actual, you know, frostbite and you know, freezing their asses off. Something comes out of that. Well, that's not here, and it won't be in anything in Star Wars because this is what they do. It's kitsch.
Yep.
You know, it's all like member berries and kitsch. There's no suffering for any art, let alone Star Wars. No
Well, we're
real
suffering. We're suffering.
Yeah.
Ironically,
Yep.
we're the ones that are supposed to watch the suffering because that's what they get paid to do. Suffer. That's what
Yeah.
the money's for.
And the
To suffer. So that
and
we
those
can enjoy
CG
it.
tauntauns look. Yeah, those CG tauntauns look terrible too.
It just all that shit looks terrible. It's all cartoon. You know,
Well,
Gary, that was a great Filoni impression you did, though.
what was?
What do you say? Oh, that'd be so sweet. I thought you were impersonating Dave Filoni.
But I knew instantly that you know, this was a, you know, Budweiser commercial, and literally as it was going, when I saw this, I thought, when you say dud, you've told a lot of fans this movie's gonna suck. When you say dud, you know, I mean, it was it just did itself, dude. It did itself. Nick, no, excuse me, Rob, what do you think of this?
So honestly, you've said a lot of it, Doomcock, and I agree with what everybody else has said, but I want to add something else to this. This is how ass backwards Lucasfilm really is. So remember Star Wars Celebration, they show a preview that gets copied to the net, and it shows a badass scene of Mando just kicking ass in an AT-AT. And we see him go from the back of the AT-AT all the way to the front, just kicking ass and taking names, taking down guys and troopers and getting into the cockpit and just destroying it. And it's an awesome scene. And what happens when it gets pirated on the internet? First of all, Disney doesn't, they showed it at Celebration in Japan and don't show it anywhere else. Don't allow it to be used in their marketing. Don't use it as something as a preview for what we might get in this movie. No, they make everybody take it down. It was down within 24 hours. I tried to send it to you guys and you guys couldn't even see it. So they take that down. They give us a trailer that's half-assed that mainly shows Baby Yoda doing his typical things like you said. And then they give us this. This is what they're thinking. They're going from what we could enjoy, what we could like, what would be really cool that we've never seen before with Mando just going all out on these guys inside the AT-AT. And man, he takes a knife and does some things, and it was awesome. I can't tell you how cool that was, but we don't see any of it. And you know, it comes to this. It just shows you that they don't know who their audience is. They've lost generations. And unfortunately, as much as I like Favreau and wanted him to win against Kennedy and hope that Star Wars turned around, I don't think this is the way. And I don't think this movie is going to do very well because they don't know that. So, yeah. It doesn't give me hope.
And you got to remember, this thing comes out in 3 months. 3 months.
And remember, Nick, remember the Japanese thing that we saw there? I mean, you guys saw it too, right? That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that was cool that I've seen from this movie so far. And it got taken down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I was totally non-committal on this movie when I saw the you know, Grogu using the Force to steal Sigourney Weaver's snack bowl, and instead of being amazed by the fact that, you know, because remember, the Force is not a really known thing at this point in this galaxy, according to canon. You know, no one really knows about it, and she's just like, "Don't do that." You know, it's just stupid. It's kitsch. It's childish.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
It's meant to tug the heartstrings, and oh, what an adorable little moppet it is. It's like basically the Star Wars equivalent of Cousin Oliver from Brady Bunch. That's it. That's what it is. Heather L., what do you think?
Jeez. God, it really does go to show just how out of touch and creatively bankrupt they are at Lucasfilm, right? Like, and this is the kind of shit that comes out of teams. You need one person with a vision, creativity, talent, and then another team of creative people that help them bring that vision to life. But people sitting around groupthink in a team, oh, what about this and that? They come up with stupid stuff like this. And then they go, oh yeah, you know, fans will say, look, remember Tauntauns, like, and think it's cool, when it just sucks. I was like you, sitting there watching the Super Bowl, and yeah, when you first see the muzzle come out in the foot, I was like, oh wow, Tauntauns. But I wasn't thinking it was Star Wars. I thought it was like a product commercial spoofing Star Wars. Like, I thought it was really gonna be a beer commercial, like Budweiser, or maybe like another beer, spoofing Budweiser, spoofing Star Wars. CGI was so bad. I was like, it can't be Star Wars. And then I see Mando and Grogu. I'm just like, oh no, no.
I know, man. It could have been like a marketing tie-in, like, you know.
I thought it was going to be, yeah, beer commercial, and they got Tauntauns instead of the horses. They're making fun of it, and then it would have been kind of funny. But when it turned out to be Star Wars, I was just like, oh God, no. So disappointing that I'm like, what? God, please don't be a scene from the movie. Please don't be a scene from the movie. And I don't think it is, right? They just shot it for this thing, which is,
yeah.
What a waste of time and money. And then to make it so dull. Like, okay, if you're determined to do this, make them haul ass. Like, make Grogu and Mando fight over the reins, and it goes off the rails, and something crazy happens. It's so slow. Like, these aren't horses pulling a heavy beer wagon, and they just barely moving. And it's a plain white background. There's no like topography difference. It just was how do you make something so boring? It's so awful. And this is I mean, yeah, they can't afford to do this right now. There was no excitement for this movie anyway. And you desperately need, I mean, you got time in the Super Bowl, and I think this movie's gonna bomb.
Yeah, well, I don't have any hopes for it. You know, I mean, listen, the simple fact of the matter is, even if you thought it was a little cute, which none of us really did, I don't think. Simple fact is, it's coming out in May. You will never have a better opportunity to introduce your movie to a mass audience, a lot of people. You will never fucking have another chance between now and May. Nothing will be this big. And you blew it. You pissed it away on a little goofy fucking stunt. So, Doug, what did you think about it? And I just want to send a shout out to Rod Thunderheart, who gifted 50 Overlord DVD memberships to this channel. It is a sea of green out there. Thanks to Rod Thunderheart, a producer on tonight. In fact, executive producer actually on this pop culture breakdown. God bless you, Rod Thunderheart, and thank you, sir. Doug, what do you think, man?
Well, I just can't. I'm aghast at the irresponsibility of having a child in a beer commercial. You know, I mean, I understand he's 55 years old, but he won't be of drinking age until he's 400. And well, you dropped the ball again, Disney. You know, it's terrible. It's just absolutely atrocious. But yeah, they don't have any room for this. You know, and it's like, why should people see this movie? You can't just, well, he's cute. It's like, you know, and they're defaulting to what Marvel does. The secret sauce to our success is all the giggly, cute jokes and stuff. No, it's not. No, it's not. Star Wars is high adventure. Sure, there was some comedy moments here and there, to a minimum. You know, now you're selling it. The whole thing is the rinse, lather, repeat. Oh, look at that. You know, he's cute. And he just does the same thing. I mean, maybe he'll do his cartwheels again with the Force, you know. Well, oh, look at that, huh? Isn't that something? You know, you got to sell this thing. I mean, I know you don't, you know, you want to save your best stunts for the film and everything, and you don't want to give away the plot too much, but it's supposed to be this adventure in space and stuff, and on, and that snow's not going to stay pure white for long, you know. I mean, it's you know, you got to go into that. I don't, you know, and it's very simple and stuff, but $7 million. And this was your one chance to really sell this movie. And it's like you don't know where you are, you know. And it's Mandalorian just became a symbol of a sabotage show. I mean, at one time, we all remember, it did seemingly the impossible. There was actual hope for Star Wars, and then gone, you know. And then it's just since then, it's just this show that it became a show that didn't know what to do. It stumbled around. Whatever the plan was, gone, and all that, and so we get 2 more episodes of that on the big screen, and it's pointless. I mean, it's dead. You know, there was one little glimmer of hope, and then oh no, somebody came in and no, put the nail in that coffin, pour the concrete, and that's it.
You're right, dude. You're absolutely right.
Man.
And I think we're not really, nobody has talked at this point about the ramifications of this, which are much more vast than what we're talking about, because look what was not shown, which was a trailer for Avengers Doomsday. Nothing was shown for Avengers Doomsday. So are you fucking telling me that this was the best of their options, that they didn't have any better footage to like say, okay, screw Star Wars, you know, we're not gonna waste the $7 million on this. We're gonna go ahead and plug Avengers Doomsday, which is certainly going to have like a budget that in a significance that dwarfs the Mandalorian and Grogu, that dwarfs the entire Star Wars franchise at this point. They are gambling hundreds of millions of dollars just in salaries and the budget for this thing. This is like a make or break for them, mofos. This is a make or break, and nothing, because it's like, no, well, it wasn't as good as this Mando and Grogu trailer. I mean, you know, we backed this tauntaun as opposed to Robert Downey Jr. and Chris
bet
Evans.
on the wrong tauntaun.
Yeah, you bet on the wrong tauntaun. What in God's name does this say about the state of Avengers Doomsday? Because it's releasing this next year too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, isn't it like around Christmas?
December.
Yeah, Christmas. Yeah.
Right, Christmas.
Well,
yeah. But remember, they don't know what movie it'll be yet. You know, the reshoots. Whatever they've shot probably won't make it into the typical of
This group's
Marvel.
gonna fight this group, and this group's gonna fight this group.
Oh my God, folks. It gets worse and worse the more you think about it. Rob, what do you think?
Actually, I think it's Sean's turn.
Oh yeah, Sean. Excuse me, Sean. Sorry, I'm in a daze, man. My mind is reeling at this point. Go ahead, Sean.
No, you were right. I hadn't thought about that. What a missed opportunity to put something out for Doomsday, because you know, that's the fandom that's still kind of on the fence a little bit. I think, you know, you're not going to get any more Star Wars people coming over to Star Wars, especially not with that trailer. And you know, I heard what Favreau directed this thing. Like, what did he direct? It was all CG. I mean, did he go, okay, not Pedro Pascal, just sit there and I'm going to film you for 5 seconds, and then I'm going to film you from behind for 5 seconds, and that's like all he directed. The rest was just CGI junk.
Yeah.
Where do you think that 37 million went, man?
I mean, and I don't blame him for this. I mean, obviously this was marketing and they planned it. He had no choice in the matter. Okay, fine, I'll direct it. But what did they think this was gonna do? Was this, you know, I saw Saul Scheimek was saying, he's like, they should have made this duds for you. That should have been the
this duds for you. Exactly.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty good. Yeah, what a stupid thing. And it wasn't even that good. Like I was looking at that shot from behind, not Pedro Pascal, and it was like old green screen work. It was horrible looking. It was so stupid. So yeah.
It was a complete misfire and absolutely bizarre. It's a bizarre choice for them. I mean, I know that it's coming out sooner, but if that's the best that you had, for God's sakes. And again, I would repeat, you're not going to have another Super Bowl before Avengers Doomsday comes out, unless they're like way behind schedule. They're gonna have to bump it.
Well, that's the thing. They should have had something available for Doomsday. This shows they're not ready. They don't have anything.
That's disturbing.
Nothing.
You couldn't polish together like a 30-second spot.
You'd think they could.
Just a montage of images that you've shot, for Christ's sakes. I mean,
you know, you guys, the budget of this advertisement, I know that there's an inflation issue here, but the budget of this advertisement is $15 million more than the budget of Star Wars.
Yeah.
What?
That's crazy.
What?
$37 million for this ad. Star Wars was shot on $22 million, and that went well beyond its budget.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, I thought it was only 10 million that they spent on that ad. It was 37 million.
It went to 22. Star Wars went to $22 million.
Wow.
Brought in like 400 or 500 in the box office or some shit. It's astronomical. But this is $37 million. I know there's inflation. I get that. But when you look at this ad, can you honestly tell me that even in today's dollars, you see $37 million?
No. And hey, Doomcock, I figured it out. It's a subliminal message. They're telling us we're going to have a couple of beers just to watch Mando and Grogu.
Wow.
I bet.
Wow. This is Bud very, very light. You know what I mean? This is not just Bud Light.
I'm glad it's only going to be 90 minutes. That's a selling point.
That really is.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah.
Really? I mean, I don't need a movie that's over 2 hours.
No, much less one that's
90 minutes.
Especially not a Star Wars
more
movie.
Screenings in the theater per day, which means you have the ability to make more money, more ticket sales.
Yeah, and the budget, even with the marketing for this thing, is around 200 million. You know, after that ad, maybe it went up to 220, 225. But yeah, which means they're gonna have to make 450 to 450 just to break even. If they don't even break even on this, like, good
Done.
God.
Yeah.
And I don't think they will. I'll be surprised if they break even on this thing.
No.
I don't know. They well might. They well might, but it's not going to be like a big hit. And that's what God damn. I mean, that's what Star Wars needs right now is a big fucking hit.
An event.
A big hit. Same thing with Marvel. Thing with Marvel. They need a big hit. We need nothing but big hits now if you want to save this franchise, these franchises. And I don't.
Here's the other worry that I have, Doomcock. With
It's
this.
not in the cards.
This won't be a hit, and I'm afraid that next year when they re-release the original trilogy on the 50th anniversary, that they're not going to build up enough steam to bring us all back.
Yeah, I mean that was really their last shot.
Yeah,
I think more people will go see the despecialized edition of Star Wars in theaters, the original, than people will go see the Mando Grogu movie.
They would have done better just putting a commercial for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That really would have got like, whoa, people, it's coming out.
Oh, I know. That would have been so easy.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That would have been great. You could have shown like a shot from the special edition, and then like a skipping needle. Whoop! Forget that. And then have like the despecialized original edition.
Showing the actual models of the X-wing, the models used in all the whole space battle at the end. Yeah.
Do you guys remember when they re-released it, when they put the special editions in theaters? Do you remember the commercials for that?
No.
It was a little TV, and it was like for two generations, people have only been able to see Star Wars like this on the small screen, and then an X-wing just flies through, and it was so exciting.
Mm-hmm.
And when I saw that in the theater, that got me pumped.
Yeah, I actually saw that in a theater in a private screening before it was even released to the public.
Ooh,
yeah. But I saw it with Anthony Daniels, who played C-3PO, and Warwick Davis, and who played Wicket, and then the actor who played Boba Fett, which I cannot.
Jeremy
Bullock. Jeremy Bullock. Yeah. Yep, I saw it with
That's
them with
cool.
the three of them in a private theater screening. Yeah, it was pretty fun.
Cool.
Yep. Well, man, I think we all agree, and I hope. I don't know. I hope Favreau hears this. I don't blame. I probably don't blame him. I imagine it's probably the marketing department like imposing this on him. But boy, you really. I hope they have some great action in this movie. I hope it's not all baby goo goo gaga like being cute. Like half the movie is being cute. It's dead.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question on this. If you're Favreau, do you stay or do you go after Kennedy's gone and you got this movie come out? Is this your last hurrah and then you're out of there?
I think
For
it's probably gonna
$37
be.
million in that advertisement, you come back.
Yeah.
You come back because, for $37 million, I mean, even I'll direct Pedro Pascal to squat and take a shit on a tauntaun. Sure. Put it out there all you want. Who gives a fuck if people say, oh, Gary Ambrosia's a hack? I don't fucking care. There's something we got to face here, guys. We may never see the magic trick that was Star Wars ever again.
Yeah.
That may have been
Yeah.
a product
Right.
of its
Yeah.
time, its
Yeah.
artists,
Yeah.
the magicians who really put that together. If you remember the logo of Industrial Light and Magic, it was a magician.
Yep.
We don't
Yeah.
have that anymore. We have a reverse engineered, AI CGI version of what they think used to happen, and they don't even know why it was magic. It just may be
Mhm.
gone.
Yeah.
I just saw one of the worst
What?
movies I've ever seen in the theater, and I walked out and I finally realized, you know what? This is a dead art.
Yeah.
It's a dead fucking art, and I don't know that even know that it's possible to reclaim
Mm.
even a facsimile of what
Yeah.
Star Wars gave us.
Yeah.
I
I
don't know.
agree entirely. I think one
I
of
know
the
that's
things
possible.
about Star Wars was that the richness of the environment and what they were able to do, where every single frame, every damn frame had something fantastic in it somewhere.
Yeah.
Every damn one. And, think about movies of the time. Think about, Forbidden Planet, or think about, the giant scorpion or them, or, the thing from another world. A lot of those movies and serials at the time, they had one monster. They had one robot, maybe. You know what I mean? Maybe two, maybe. Forbidden Planet was extravagant in that way. But usually you waited the whole movie to see the monster at the end. But this one, man, from the start, you just get nothing but frames crammed with droids and aliens and amazing vehicles, and it just was a visual overload that just hurtled like a rocket, and it was fun. I mean, the characters were great. It was just like
Right.
Robin Hood meets like every science fiction movie and fantasy you ever wanted. It's just all rolled up in it, and it's fucking amazing. It was
Yeah.
amazing.
There was an art in the choice of what was composed in the frame, and when it was photographed, we saw it through almost a prismatic and grainy quality,
Yeah.
a glassiness that was, a product of science, this piece of celluloid that would create an image that was projected. And when synced with amazing sound, we got Star Wars. But we don't have that anymore.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's gone. So I don't know that any of this can ever be recovered.
I don't.
Not under being led under corporations, for sure.
I just it's been so long since we've actually done our best to employ the next generation of geniuses as to how the ones before them did this, and how to bring about their own genius and their own real take on something, not for political narrative, but for a real art from a genius's heart and mind.
Absolutely. Well, that it's going to be it's back to basics. We've already hit peak, cinematic technique. We're now with special effects, computers and AI. We can show anything that can be imagined, and it goes right squarely back to the writing and the acting, the human element, and it is the script. it's like Guardians of the Galaxy. Absolutely my favorite Marvel movie. That thing made me feel like it was Star Wars again. Like it was so much fun and heart and great characters that it blew me away, and it still blows me away every time I watch it. So it's possible, but you've got to have great writing, great balance of all these different elements. It's a miracle whenever a movie is good, because there's like 10 ways at least, maybe 100 ways that a movie can go south, between the executives, between the writers, between the actors, between the marketing. It's a miracle when it navigates all of these things and comes out the other end intact and not sucking.
Yeah. You remember the 80s and 90s when we'd have like 4, 5, 6, 7 blockbusters in a year? Now we're sitting there like, man, are we gonna have like more than one this year, maybe?
Yeah,
Or
in the
one at
summer.
all?
Remember, you used to plan your summer. Oh, I want to go see this, this, and this, and you go see a movie
Yeah.
almost every weekend.
Yep. And like a season of TV would have 24 to 30 episodes every year, and now you got to wait 3 years for 8 episodes or 6 episodes of something. I mean, it's sad. It's just fucked. It's just fucked. But what is not fucked is our wonderful audience here and all you wonderful folks in the chat. And Andy Masterson, it's great to see you, Andy. Welcome to the show, buddy.
Good evening.
Good to see you, buddy. Let's go ahead and get to some of these here super chats, and and then we'll go over to Starfleet Academy, and who knows, we may go ahead and talk a little bit about Fallout as well, and Snow Woke. Oh boy, what fun.
Hey, DC, I'm going to jump out real quick and jump on this work project.
Great to see you, buddy. Hold on a sec here, man. We'll get this super chat symbol going. Just go ahead and plug your channel real quick before you go, man.
Yep. I'm one half of Echo Base Network. You guys can find us over on our channel. We do a live stream every Thursday night at 7. So that's tomorrow at 7 Central. And I'm actually going to be doing a member stream covering the Sony PlayStation State of Play. See what kind of big announcements. It's an hour-long one, but I'm just gonna do a members only for that tomorrow. But yeah, come check us out over there on Echo Base Network. Hail to everybody, all the mods, everyone in chat, everyone on the panel. Love all you guys, and we'll see you guys next week.
Thank you very much, Nick of Echo Base Network.
Bye, guys.
All right.
Hi, Nick.
See ya.
All right, let's do some of these here super chat thingies. And we got a bunch of them tonight. So thank you all for, supporting the channel. And I want to thank Raw Thunderheart, who came in and gifted 50 Overlord DVD memberships to 50 lucky folks out there. And guys, we do new channel member videos every single week. They are uncensored and demonetized, so we don't get zapped for them. And the Wrenches will post a link to the playlist for those exclusive videos. Go and check them out, folks, and welcome to the membership, folks. We really appreciate you. All right, let's go ahead and see what super chats we got here. Ascended to Sanity, Evan Peterson with a $5 super chat. Hail to you, my friend. He says, did you see the trailer for the new Minions movie? They try to summon Harvey and get one of his kids instead. Are you a stage mommy, Harvey? You know what? I've been getting bullshit like that, and I don't know. I suspect it might be one of Harriet's kids, ladies and gentlemen. One of Harriet's kids, my sister. Yeah. It's weird to think, as woke as she is, that she may have had some kind of heterosexual relations. We'll have to ask her about that on Friday Night Frolics. All right. Well, that's a good answer, Harvey. Very clever. Well played, Mr. Bond. Well played. And Kurt James gifted an Overlord DVD membership to this channel. Hail to you, Kurt James, and thank you, sir. Thank you very, very much for that. We really appreciate all of our channel members, and God bless you, folks. We really do. FKHC 2005 with a $1.99 super chat. Hail, my friend. He says, sing the song. Oh, wait. It's Wednesday, not Friday. That is right, FKHC 2005. And by the way, he was the first one in the chat tonight. He always wins somehow. I don't know how he does it, but he always gets in. Hail to FKHC 2005. And Warachi with a $5 super chat. Hail to you, Warachi. He says rations, fried chicken, smoked brisket, pulled pork, hot links, 4 different barbecue sauces, mac and cheese, baked beans, vinegar slaw, pickles, brownies, and beer. Wow. Boy, Gary is making out like a bandit, you know? Gary Ambrosia is making out like a bandit with these wonderful victuals from Warachi. Hail to you, Warachi. You, sir, are a scholar and a gentleman, and apparently a hell of a cook. Thank you, Warachi. Ascended into sanity, Evan Peterson with a $5 super chat. Hail, brother. Evan, he says, R.I.P. Brad Arnold of 3 Doors Down and James Vanderbeek, Dawson's Creek. Cancer is getting people younger and younger. That is sad, folks. I had not heard about these latest losses. Man, 3 Doors Down was very good. Hail to you, Brad Arnold. Hail to you, James Vanderbeek. May you rest in peace, gentlemen. And I'm very sorry to hear this very bad news. That's a sad thing. I'm sure a lot of those fans out there will be pretty sad. It's and we're losing more people all the time. Isn't it something? Like every week we're getting more of this sad news. Yeah, welcome to 2026, ladies and gentlemen. Kurt James with a $9.99 super chat. Hail to you, Kurt James. God bless you, Kurt. He says, hail, friends. Happy hump day to all present. Wrenches, chat, prestigious panel, Skull of Calderon, Sabu, Harvey, denizens of Xanadu, and of course the future leader of the earth, Lord Doomcock. Hail to you, Kurt James. You, sir, are a true mensch. Hail to you, Kurt. Good to see you, buddy. Always good to see you here. And ascended to sanity, Evan Peterson, with a very generous $10 super chat and a $5 super chat. 2 super chats in a row from ascended to sanity, Evan Peterson, after being descended into madness. Evan Peterson, he says, be here Friday for a special Friday the 13th Valentine's Day show. DC, Skull of Calderon, Sabu, and Harvey Cthulhu will regale us with songs, poems, and jokes, all about being unlucky in love. But don't ask for the songs about Harvey. The juju is bad. Friday the 13th and Valentine's Day. Remind him of his bad luck with prophylactics. Mucho bambinos. But that is correct, folks. We are in a weird situation. This is going to be fun, folks. This is going to be fun. On Friday Night Frolics, we're going to have a weird situation where it's a Valentine's Day show on Friday the 13th. And so, yes, Evan Peterson had suggested unlucky in love as a theme, and I'm running with it. And along those lines, folks, I'm going to send out a call tomorrow, but all of you can get in early. Contact me if you have a story from your past or a friend of yours from your past that was unlucky in love. Stories of heartbreak, ironic, humorous, sad. If you want to get those to me, through Patreon or my email or, comments on here, just go ahead and do so. And I'll probably send out a notice to all of my channel members and Patreon and Subscribe Star members, inviting you guys, if you want to contribute. Harvey and I will go ahead and read those. It's going to be a really fun show. So just giving y'all a heads up over here. Marco Antonio Checa says, does it have to be a friend? No, just any of these unlucky in love stories that you've accumulated through personal experience or you've heard about it. That's all we ask, but don't make it phony. Just make it real. Angry Yeti TV with a $5 super chat. Hail to you, Angry One. Says, my mom and I went to Netflix House this past Friday and we had a blast. I look forward to sharing our experience on the next Archvillain live stream. Well, that will be next week, Angry Yeti TV, and I look forward to hearing that, man. Congratulations. Hail to you, hail to your mom, and hail to, apparently, Netflix House. That'll be very interesting. I've wondered about that. Walter Tomaszewski with a $1.99 super chat. Hail to you, Walter. He says, Harvey, what cheese does Medusa like? I don't know. Gorgonzola. Oh, boy. Oh, you cornball, Walter Tomaszewski. Hey, you can expect some retaliation this Friday. All right. Talk about unlucky in love. Medusa, for God's sake. That's the unluckiest. Well, actually, I think it was Lola. in the Kinks song. Oh, yes. Lola, Lola. Yes. Okay. Yeah. I'd prefer Medusa. Hembry Jeremiah, who's been a channel member 34 months at the Dumentite level. Hail to you, Hembry Jeremiah. Says, why did Harvey betray you? He's in the Minions film coming out soon. Does he have an answer for that, or what did they steal his DNA? It's not me, folks. It's not me. It's called special effects. It's called special effects. And, they can make things that are unreal appear real. So, Hembry Jeremiah, be not confused. Unless he's got a fez on his head, it's not me. Oh, yes, the fez means quality. And Ian, RY20W with a $9.99 super chat. Hail to you, Ian says, hey, Harvey, I didn't know you made a film with Gru's minions. You even look like a discount Zoidberg with a temper like Stewie Griffin. Or is that one of your suspected kids? Again, this is imaginary, dude. This is not reality. Not like me. I'm talking to you here. I am real. The movie is not. The minions are not real. They are CG. It's funny Harvey has to talk about this, but it's true. It's true. Von Max with a $5 super chat. Hail to you, Von Max says, hail all. Has anyone seen Luc Besson's Dracula? The visuals and women are stunning. It's not The Fifth Element, but still worth the ticket price. Holy shit, folks. I got to say, I didn't even know Luc Besson had a movie out. I didn't know. I haven't seen a trailer for it or a commercial for it. Shit. So the visuals and the women are stunning in Luc Besson's Dracula? Shit. Well, I don't know anything about this. I guess we'll have to ask the panel if they've heard anything about this, but shit, I did not know this. Mr. House Party 6 with a $10 super chat. Hail to you, Mr. House Party 6 says, I am not amused by the cultural degradation and sophistry of slop. The degradation of Star Trek quality is not what my wallet will bear. Go broke and hail. Chat. Rock on. Doomcock Productions. Hail to you, Mr. House Party 6. I am not amused by the cultural vandalism that is going on here. The trashing of our beloved stories and myths and legends and literature and music. It's just a contagion of fucking suck. And boy, oh boy, is it fucking viral. It is sad, folks. It is sad. I'm getting so fucking sick of this shit. Well, I've been sick of it for years, but it's just recently, I've kind of woken up a little bit and just been reminded of how fucking wrong all this is. I mean, oh my God, when I had to go back and look over, stills from Snow Woke for my Snow Woke video earlier today that I released. And it just brought all these memories back. And it's just like, this is really bad. I mean, I know it sounds funny, but it's like being the fucking frog in the pot. And they've been turning up the heat and turning up the heat and turning up the heat. And, at some point you see a frog hop by outside in the window, and you watch that carefree frog hop by and you say, holy shit, this really sucks. It's like, no kidding. This really does suck, ladies and gentlemen. Holy shit, this really, really does fucking suck. Oh, for God's sakes. All right. Well, anyway, let me get back to these. A few more of these, and then we've got to go ahead and get back to our regularly scheduled program. Blaze Heart Panther with a $10 super chat. Hail to you, Blaze Heart Panther says, yep, Travis Knight is the owner of Leica, the stop motion company that made Coraline, Paranorman, Box Troll, and Kubo and the Two Strings. Awesome movies. Wow. Well, who knows, folks? Echo Base Network, Nick was swearing that he's heard from people he believes in and trusts that the movie is not going to suck. So, okay. Well, God, I hope not. I hope he's absolutely correct. I hope that it's wonderful. I truly do. And I guess we will see soon enough. I'll certainly go and review it. I'll give it a review. Trevin Lane has been an arch villain of mine for 32 months now. Hail to you, Trevin Lane. He says, hail DC panel and chat. The Super Bowl halftime show has been a massive fail for all involved. They lost about 20 million viewers during it, and the FCC is fining Bad Bunny, Apple, and the NFL. Swearing in Spanish is still no good. It is muy malo, muy malo. Por favor, no es bueno, es muy malo. Hail to you, Trevin Lane. And yeah, I skipped the Bad Bunny crap. You know, I skipped it. I think I saw glimpses of this guy with a mustache running through some kind of half-ass cornfield and women twerking obscenely to the cameras, presenting their posteriors for mounting in a display of, I guess, mating ritual or something. I don't know.
Dudes were twerking each other. Dudes.
Okay. Well, thank God I missed that. Thank God I missed that. Not my cup of tea, folks. Not my cup of tea. I'm sorry about it though, guys, and I'm glad that maybe they won't do this shit anymore. But I did watch Green Day. I liked Green Day. That was pretty good. Flex Honcho with a $5 super chat. Hail to you, Flex Honcho. Says Phil Knight, Michael Knight's son. He drives a Fiat 500 and goes around fighting toxic masculinity. Okay. Well, good luck with that. Oh man, I guess that's the toxic masculinity mobile, a Fiat 500.
And the car is named Kitty.
Well, at least it's not named Porsche. I must be dreaming, Darksaber Force with a $5 super chat. Hail to you, Darksaber Force. Says on America's 250th birthday, instead of a hard rock or heavy metal band performing with veterans and first responders up front, we get this. Yeah. And I mean, apparently this Bad Bunny. Hey, did you hear that this Bad Bunny dude deleted his Instagram that had something like, I don't know, 8 million followers or something immediately after the thing.
Really? Wow.
He just deleted it. It's gone.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. No más, por favor. Trevin Lane says it was a disaster for them. They lost viewers, got fined by the FCC. They spent tons of money and pissed off fans in attendance who couldn't see anything of the show.
Yeah.
Well, those are the lucky ones who couldn't see it.
Yeah. Did you guys see the video of the people in the stands just sitting there?
Yeah. Puzzled.
Yeah.
Puzzled. How much did they spend to be
Like
there?
$8,000 a ticket or something like that.
I was expecting somebody to say, "He wants you too, Malachi."
Well, all I gotta say is, I was absolutely delighted to see the Boy Wonder fail so spectacularly. I'm not a fan of the Patriots. I'm not a big Seahawks fan either, but I tell you, Brady and Uncle Charlie and the fucking legacy of the Patriots. I was delighted with the outcome. So there was that at least. Kurt James with a $4.99 super chat. Hail to you, Kurt. He says, honestly, can't we just have action, comedy, babes, monsters, explosions, and fun presented via an intelligent and entertaining story? He woke? Maybe it won't be. Listen, Nick has held out a ray of hope here, folks, a ray of hope. So I don't know what to say. It may be that it's not so bad after all. I knock wood. I pray to God that Nick is right, that his sources are correct. We will see. Gary G 1705 with a £4.99 super chat. Hail to the UK. Hail to all of my wonderful folks out there in the UK, including Nicholas Horton, Justice for Rebecca, And Gary G 1705 says the Mando beer ad actually made me even less interested in the film. Kills immersion, looks cheap. Boo to Grogu and that shit title and font. Absolutely. You know, it's like your first, like, you know, trailers for Star Wars. If it had had like Vader, you know, doing a beer commercial, it kind of would have killed that immersion, you know. Would have, you know, you see, hey, Darth Vader makes an appearance on the Muppet Show to introduce his new movie Star Wars. That's no. I agree, Gary G, entirely. My interest in this movie was already pretty low after the first trailer, and this one made it worse. It made it worse, and that's not what advertising is supposed to do. Advertising is a form of communication. It can communicate on different levels. You know, it can textually communicate. It can communicate through visuals, through symbolism. This communicated to me nothing, except that, like, the marketing department doesn't have a clue at Lucasfilm. This is sad. You know, I really do want Star Wars to get better. I want, you know, Marvel to get better. I want them to get out of the slough of despond that they're in and get back to making great movies again. But geez, dude, talk about just taking hope and just drowning it in the fucking toilet, you know, live on the on the Super Bowl. You know, the Tidy Bowl man says, I seen it. I seen who done it. Yep. Listen to the Tidy Bowl man, folks. Mr. House Party 6 with a $10 super chat. Hail to you, my friend. He says 911X. What Rob Wright says. He is agreeing with you, Rob, I believe. I believe he is agreeing with you.
Woohoo! Thank you.
Well, we all agree with Rob. He's a pretty sensible fella. And Scott V with a $5 super chat. Hail to you, Scott V. Scott tells us, hail Doomcock and panel. My exact words when I saw the new Mando trailer was, what the fuck was that? My God, why does Disney ruin everything? Live long and prosper. Yes. Yes. You're absolutely correct, Scott V. I was, I don't know, man. I mean, I've got no financial stake in Disney whatsoever, but I just felt, wow. I was literally stunned. I could not believe that they had fucked this up so bad. The only way that they could have redeemed it is that they had done a second commercial, you know, that actually was the real commercial. You know, it's like, okay, all right, well, you had a lark. You flushed $7 million down the toilet. Here's the real trailer. You know, okay, well, fine, all right. But they did not do that. They were silent the rest of the rest. That was it. That was their mic drop moment, ladies and gentlemen. Like, well, it doesn't get better than that. All right.
They instead dropped a turd.
They dropped a turd. Exactly. You know, I mean, look, the Mandalorian and Grogu, this is supposed to be their summer of George. The summer of George. We're supposed to be the summer of George. But instead, they're not busting. They're busted.
Yeah.
Muzzle Velocity with a $5 super chat. Hail, Muzzle Velocity says Snow Woke and the 7 audience members. Hail to you, Muzzle Velocity. There's some truth in super chatting right fucking there. And Dan Crane has been a channel member for 52 months at the Dumentite level and sends me a graphic of the Invisible Man. Hail to you, Dan Crane. You rock, Dan. You rock. And Kurt James with a $9.99 super chat with a tip of the hat to Heather L. Kurt James says, Heather nailed it. Skeletor misunderstood. Hail Doug, Sean, Heather, Gary, Rob, Nick, and Doomcock. And hopefully Nick is right. The director's personal politics won't appear in the film. I certainly hope that is the case. And the Guardian of Azarath with a £2 super chat all the way from the UK. Hail to you, oh great and mighty Guardian of Azarath, says Mandalorian and Grogu, how to train your tauntaun. Yeah, it's great exercise tugging with your 3 fellow tauntauns a weightless frictionless thing through the cool air. Wow. That was the insult at the end of it. I mean, it was just like, wow, it was one of the worst fucking things I've ever seen. All right, let's and I will read the rest of the super chats here on our next break, but we got some folks to bring in here and some stuff to discuss. So let's see who all has popped out, because God knows this restream, it does funny things to a man or a lady. It just pops people out randomly, and you never know. It pops me out sometimes. I may not even be in here anymore. I don't know. Okay, let me see. Oh God, and then Nick, why is that there? How do I close this? I have no idea. Remove. Okay, there we go. I think it'll work. Should it work? Yes, there we go. Something works around here. Hey, Mikey, isn't that wonderful? All right, so I think next what we should do is go ahead and talk about Starfleet Academy. And as you can see, our own Doug Nelson was felled as nearly like unto the point of, well, I think he was, knocking on heaven's door, to quote Bob Dylan. But, and that's why we did not want to inflict more Starfleet's Enema-esque comedy on him. So we brought in some fresh meat here. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us to talk about what he saw so that we don't have to, JRC 99 US, familiar to listeners of this channel, and he's got his own channel. And he's flipped here. I'm going to go ahead. And
hey,
hello.
Hey, I'm sorry, I did not know I was. No, hey everybody.
Hey, JRC 99 US, how are you, my friend? Welcome to the show.
I am doing fantastic. It is so great to be back here. Hello, everybody on the chat.
We'll go get into this in a minute. I just wanted to greet you and say hi, and just introduce yourself briefly to folks who don't know the JRC 99 US experience. Go ahead.
Well, let's see here. The JRC 99 US experience. Boy, very interesting. Well, I just been a little bit of a video blogger for since 2007. Been roaming the YouTubes here and there, and then I came across this cool guy with a funky helmet and looked like I saw him out of the Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band album cover, which was pretty cool. Talking about Star Trek and how much New Trek sucks, and I was like, hey, I like this guy. And all of a sudden, I decided, you know what? I think I'll give him a big hi from my ship that I used to be on, which was the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower. So I thought I'd give him a shout out, and here I am. I don't know how I got here. I mean, beamed in, but that's
well. We are delighted to have you, my friend. And you watched the horrible Starfleet Academy episode where the hologram solves the mystery, or attempts to solve the mystery, of the Sisko disappearance. And so you're going to tell us all about it. But I want to query everybody here and rearrange people who have dropped out and popped in, and all this fuckery here. How many of you guys watched this episode of
every minute, sadly?
Okay, so all of you will chime in. I guess Gary, you did not watch it, and I think that's wise, dude. I think that's wise. I did not either. I
was washing my hair.
I did not either. I just can only take so much.
4 episodes was enough for me.
Listen, all that this show is doing is honestly, and I said this last week, and I said this in my video review, but every week I have it confirmed more and more just from little clips I see. It's a wrecking ball. This show is a wrecking ball just to mop up the operations of destroying the Star Trek franchise. It's already been firebombed like Dresden over 8 years of this abuse. Yeah, but there's still, little corners of buildings standing, little pylons, and there's a random outhouse here or there that weathered the storm, and they're just going, oh yeah, there's Klingons over there. We forgot to fuck with them. Dun 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 dun, dun, and they go ahead and here's an episode about that, turning them into a bunch of skirt wearing, fucking pacifist bird watcher,
polyamorous,
Please be careful when you say F Klingons, because that might be happening.
Yeah, yes. Yeah. Double the pleasure, double the fun, eh?
Ugh.
And Sisko. Oh, hey, guys, we haven't fucked with Deep Space Nine enough. We've hardly touched Deep Space Nine. I know. Let's go for the heart of it and fuck up the Prophet. Let's go ahead and piss on Sisko's legacy, and we'll get his fucking kid who's desperate for work on the show. So, good job. Okay. I don't want to see that. I've already I think done my bit for Queen and Country here. Although Admiral Teague says, but the new episode drops in 5 hours, sir. You're not on the edge of your seat. LOL. No. The only seat I take in response to Starfleet Academy is the toilet. But let's go ahead and let our special guest, JRC 99US, have a first whack at this fucking pinata, and then everybody who did see it can take a whack as well. JRC 99US, go ahead and share your thoughts on this Sisko episode.
Okay, so I took notes along the way. So this is gonna. I'll try to keep it brief, but it's just too stupid. Anyway, let's see here. Starts off with a rip-off opening like Spider-Man No Way Home with this is the story about me. They cross out a CBS production, and like the geniuses at Secret Hideout, they write everything in crayon.
Yes, absolutely. This is not a joke. This is real. That the title card was crossed out and it had a story about me, which all woke stories are about me. That's all they know how to do.
It's about me. You got a limp wrist when you do that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Just say, all right. Let's hear. Lots of emojis, more emojis, or kind of like emojis. Zoomer pop music, which resembled cross between letting out an air of a balloon and like a really bad violin. So we had that.
You got to explain what you mean by what are you saying about emojis?
As if anybody doesn't know, I don't the emojis like smiley faces, anything like that, they're randomly popping on the screen. And I'm not
on
saying
the screen of the show.
On the screen of the show. So you're getting emojis on the screen. Yeah. Okay. I thought the Emoji Movie did it really horrible, but apparently they brought it back for this one. Excuse me. Let's see here. Move on to, the hologram colony that Sam and I am going to say it, are slightly retarded and programmed to be stupid, literally programmed to be stupid. I'm not kidding. It's not a joke. Although it is their hologram colony keeps calling her because apparently she is the quote unquote emissary. So you can see where this might be going.
Oh my God. So she's a, wait a minute. I'll bring in Heather L on this as well. And anyone else who saw this. So the emissary.
Yeah. She's the emissary. Sam is the emissary, like Sisko. Right.
Yeah, I mean they figured. Yeah, Andy's already gone.
Yes.
they break the fourth wall like Sisko. What was the episode in the Pale Moonlight?
Dance in the Pale Moonlight. Yeah.
Where he talks. She does that. Sam does that the whole episode. She's talking, and that's when all these emojis keep popping on the screen. And they write stuff, and then they cross it out, and it's written in like pink crayon as she's talking to the viewers.
She even drew a little like stick figure that twirls across the screen, and that was on the show as well. So,
holy shit! Now, Sean, did you say you watched this thing?
Yes. I've seen every minute of this series, and the crayon thing is accurate. Crossing stuff is accurate. And one of the first times in this episode that they used it where they cross something out, they did it to make the first of 3 dick jokes in the episode.
That's right. I forgot. Yeah,
there are 3 dick jokes in there.
Holy shit. So way we'll do this is JRC 99 US will make a point, and then we can all kind of discuss on it. And then if there's anything he didn't touch on, we'll go to each of you. Does that sound good? Like a good way to proceed? Kind of have it be like a discussion review here.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Well,
Sounds,
if Sean
like
can stay with us. Okay, go ahead, JRC 99 US. Continue, sir.
I think he facepalmed so much he got. Oh no, now he's back. I thought it was like out of eternity. Okay, then we move into the intro. Now this is actually technically the second episode I saw. I saw the first episode when it was free on YouTube. But the interesting thing about the intro for Starfleet Academy is how they show that the Academy building is being rebuilt using hover cranes. I don't know why hover cranes. Why not just hover things up? But yes, hover cranes. Let's see here. Going on. I'm just going down here. Okay. Oh, here we go. So next we get into the hijinks or the quirkiness of the of what I call the pranks of the cadets, to where one of them, who is, well, I'll just call Fish Boy for affection purposes, has a problem, is deathly allergic. Well, not deathly allergic, but is severely allergic to bananas because, and I'm seriously, bananas, because they cannot, his alien species cannot process potassium. So they dare him to eat something that has bananas in it, and he eats it, and he's doing fine. And then, of course, here comes the heave. And the next thing, and this is true, so I'm not exaggerating. Next thing you know, he turns to his left, camera face view right here, and he pukes glitter.
Rainbow glitter.
Where's Robert Pattinson?
Yeah, rainbow. Yeah, exactly. He puked.
He sparkles like vomit in the sun.
Well, actually, the funny thing is, it wasn't really. I did notice something. I could be a little paranoid, but it looked more of like maybe trans colors instead of rainbow colors.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know the difference. So
pink and purple.
Pink and purple. That
Blue, yeah. Pink,
so am I right that you three are the only ones that watched it? Or Rob, did you watch this as well?
Oh, hell no.
Okay.
I was going after 4. Oh,
okay.
No.
Okay, and Andy, you didn't watch it?
Ugh.
Okay, just so just hang in while we get through this. The rainbow. What exact? So what is he? Is his mouth a rainbow's a unicorn's anus? I mean, I know that they produce rainbow farts. I mean, a banana going in, unless he eats glitter. Unless he eats glitter pens or something.
I don't know. It just all of a sudden we just find out that his species specifically, and Sam is narrating this intro, by the way, who's the retarded hologram. She's narrating and says, yes, his species actually does puke glitter. So it wasn't for this is funny. So anyway, we move on. On the screen, Sam decides to talk to us like we're a bunch of idiots, like we don't know what organics means as far as like physical bodies. She also, she gets contacted by her hologram overlords, apparently telepathically or whatever. And they actually, let's see, what did I put down? Oh, yes, the hologram colony is paranoid of organics, which is why they sent her to the Starfleet Academy to learn about organics, pretty much essentially making them racist because they can't stand anything about organics. Apparently something happened, unless it was like the Galactic Treaty from Picard to ban all, synths, but I don't know.
Well, wait a minute.
Yes.
So what, Sean, Heather, is there any explanation about why a race or colony of fucking holograms exist and why they are programmed to be substandard in intelligence? And let's not use the R word anymore. Let's just say substandard in intelligence. Go ahead.
Copy.
Anybody?
Yeah, well, they don't really explain it in here. And it's not the race that is challenged; it's just her. They're very, very smart, and they send her to learn, which is funny because they're afraid of organics, which makes them a potential threat. Starfleet or the Federation doesn't know anything about them, but they let her into the Academy with access to ship systems and all kinds of stuff, which is really kind of interesting. No, she's according to her, I think their species of holograms became sentient after their creators left, but yet they were still involuntarily working for them, which doesn't make sense. None of it. You can't try to explain this show. It doesn't even follow its own stupid plots.
Nonsensical. I think they're just trying to have more messaging about racism and they wanted to control this and subjugated us and now we're isolationist. It was the whole purpose was messaging. It didn't really have a good scientific explanation. It was
Mock F00 in the chat, he brought up a good point. They are actually, and I did notice this too, they essentially ripped off the Kalon from the Orville. The Kalon had the same exact story.
Yes.
But of course, when does New Trek never not rip off any other franchises?
Right.
Yeah. All right. So once we get through all of that, sorry, I had a lot of notes because I had this. It was just, too much. Okay. So once again, she, like I said, she decided to make herself the emissary for her colony, which is called, the colony is called KASQ, KASQ. I don't know why. It just is. So, it just is. So because she feels like she wants to be the emissary, or she is an emissary, therefore she goes to the class. What was it? The class was Heather, maybe or guys, whoever saw this. It was like the weird name. It was like the class of the conspiracy theories.
Solving mysteries.
Solving mysteries. Thank you.
Solving mysteries. Yeah.
Apparently, the Scooby-Doo gang was going to show up someday, and
it's right. It's not. It's not really a mystery, right? Because Sisko ended up in the wormhole.
So everybody knows what happens.
So why? I mean, the whole thing is ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they're trying to act like this whole setup. Like, here's this class on mysteries. And she's like, oh, somehow I relate to Sisko because I'm an emissary. He's an emissary. So I gotta get into this class about what's the mystery of Sisko. And then they just try to present this whole show like there's some deep philosophical meaning. Like she's, they're presenting like religion and philosophical ideas, but it's like a kindergarten class doing it.
Yeah.
The whole thing is just an excuse to go on this silly journey where they think they're trying to act philosophical and really it's just dumb and shallow.
Mm-hmm.
Who teaches this class?
That's
you're going with this is the best part.
Worst part, this woman.
Yeah.
What I give away, the end reveal of who she is just really pissed me off.
Thus enters Tawny. What's her last name?
Yeah, the writer Tawny Wilson.
Tawny Newsome.
The voice for what was her name? Mariner from Lower Decks.
You mean Maki Spock?
Yeah, pretty much.
Maki Spock, because she's such a smart ass. It's just basically Mikey Spock. It's what I called her.
The crazy thing is I couldn't even recognize her species. I was looking at it, I was like, what is she? Like some kind of like Cardassian hybrid?
And another hybrid.
They love hybrids in this. Apparently they love all these hybrids.
Right. Is that another message? Like there's all these hybrids?
Yep.
Everyone,
Sure is.
All those good old boys are humping on each other. See?
How the Bajorans said the spoonheads, I guess. But anyway, so anyway, we get to she wants to. So she goes to. So excuse me, Sam, the hologram goes to the entire listing of all the unsolved mysteries, and she comes across Benjamin Sisko, and because that said emissary, she's like, "That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to solve the mystery of what happened to Benjamin Sisko." And she gets all hyped up, and the teacher of unsolved mysteries, I still don't remember the full name of it. She said, well, she's like, you can't get into class until you do something great. And so of course she's going to go to, anyway, so that's a lot of foreshadowing. cut to we go to her going to a Bajoran temple like group for the prophets, and she doesn't know how to interact with them. It was really stupid. And then she is sent to Captain Barefoot's office because she can't interact with the Bajorans correctly, or they felt very offended what she did. It's kind of hard to go into. She
totally insulted him, right?
Yeah,
She's like,
exactly.
"Oh, who cares about all your religious mumbo jumbo books? I need to know about the Sisko."
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, she was just like, it was so dumb.
Yeah, let's not go through the whole plot. Just
okay.
The worst shit.
Well, okay, so then
if there's any good shit, like, you know, let's single that out, and we'll go around and each give our kind of highlight points on this, because we don't want to go through the whole recap.
So the short, are you sure? Because I'm sure people really, really want to know about this.
Well, they can watch it for themselves. Well,
okay.
We don't need to go step by step. I mean, just the big markers or the big points.
So finally, Sam goes to the Captain Sisko Museum, an Earth museum, where they have somehow, what was his name? Benny. You know, Captain Sisko's kind of alter ego from Far Beyond the Stars. I can't remember. It was Benny.
The writer.
Yeah, the writer.
Yeah.
Somehow they had his typewriter in a museum, which I'm like, how's that even possible?
How is that possible? Because that wasn't a real thing.
Yeah, exactly. Or it's just an experience to Sisko. And then the best part is that apparently the Bajorans gave this Earth Museum of Captain Sisko an actual orb of the prophets. And I don't know how they did that. I don't know how that wasn't like sacrilegious or anything like that. Anyway, Sam decides to try to talk to Captain Sisko through the orb, and I guess her request was so stupid that she actually made it go dark. And if anybody knows anything about DS9, the last time an orb went dark is when Gul Dukat tried to destroy it with the paw wraiths. So,
so the question alone was enough to make the orb go dark.
Yeah, it went dark, and so we don't hear anything from the orb. They move on. Then the best part is they decided to go to a this bar in San Francisco. And yes, this bar has a transgender person who tries to break up the fight between the War College and the Starfleet Academy. If anybody doesn't know, apparently there's a Starfleet War College that they're trying to integrate into the Starfleet Academy.
By any chance, is the bar called the Blue Oyster?
You know it is, Andy. You know it is.
They somehow get Sam drunk because they program her to be drunk, and then she wants to start a bar fight because she says, and I quote, "just like Sisko wanted."
What?
Yeah.
Just like, is that true, Heather?
Yep.
Yeah.
John?
Yeah.
Yep. She goes, bar fight just like Sisko, and then she punches the Romulan girl.
Yeah. There is a
setup is like ridiculous, right?
What the fuck?
It is.
You're
Yeah,
in
it is.
the bar, and the Klingon guy is like permanently wearing skirts now. So
he's
yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. He was already.
You're like, wouldn't it be cool? Let's flip the gender roles. Like they think they're so clever, so they have the Klingon guy in a skirt dance with another guy, and like, oh, let's have the girls get in.
And they almost kissed.
Right?
They almost
kissed. Yeah, exactly.
The guys are dancing together. The girls are getting in fist fights. I mean, it's sorry, go.
Yeah,
oh my God.
Just to let you know, there is a B plot with Captain Barefoot, Doctor, and Tig, what's her name, and the War College person, and it's really boring. It's about some kind of diplomatic dinner where they have this blob fish that they have to talk around it, and then the fish farts, and people are forced to laugh about it. So that's the B plot. So that's pretty much it.
So the Klingon is wearing a skirt and dancing with dudes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the bar.
Yeah, and the hologram starts a bar fight because, like I said, just like Sisko wanted, as she cried out before she took a swing and punched the nose of the War College gal. Yeah, so
that's it. The guy that he's dancing with is like a gay guy from the war college, and they're kind of getting into a romance. The Klingon.
Oh my
Yeah,
god!
Do you guys remember the line from that scene? So the guy from the war college comes up to Jaden or Gaden or whatever his name is, and he's like, "I really like your bearing." And then the Klingon looks down at his crotch and goes, "Your bearing is impressive too."
Fuck.
But you got to say in that deep auto-tune voice that they gave.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So yeah.
Oh my god. So Kapla shorts. Kapla shorts. Nair makes you feel good all under, ladies and gentlemen.
For the glory hole of the empire.
Yeah, exactly. The end. That was great. Thank you.
Yes. Glory hole in the end. Yes.
Yeah,
Kapla.
exactly. So Kapla and and all that other stuff. So let's see here. Finally, we get to move on. This is about this time. Sirach Lofton makes his appearance on the show, who was originally Jake Sisko from DS9. Right. He shows up but he's just a holographic projection, and he's just talking. He gives a speech about his dad, but apparently the most important thing out of this whole thing wasn't like Captain Sisko's strategies or the way he presented himself or what made him stand out. It was really about the use of tomatoes in his gumbo. Yeah, apparently there's a big raving fight about the use of tomatoes in gumbo, and we find out that apparently he liked putting tomatoes in his gumbo. So
wow,
because that was really important.
This is this is why I can't stand to watch this shit anymore. I mean, this is why we need a guest sacrificial victim to come on. Although Heather, you bit the bullet. Sean, you bit the bullet. Yeah. Congratulations to you both. I don't know. Doug is silent. I guess he did not. Oh yeah, he said he didn't watch it. But I mean, the audience is dwindling here.
Yeah,
we all watched the YouTube one, but
yeah. And then finally, later on, we find out that Jake he did write a book, and I think it was a reference to DS9. It was a Bajoran word for father. It starts with an A. I can't remember how to pronounce it, but they said that he never finished publishing it or never distributed it. And all of a sudden, once they figure out that Benjamin Sisko's in the Celestial Temple, like he said he was, they go back to the teacher of the Unsolved Mysteries class, Ilya. Is that what they said her name was? I think Ilya. Anyway, she happens to have Jake's unpublished book. And I'm like, wait, what? How? What? Why? How? And the thing is, it's not just a book, it's a holographic book. So if you open it up, it opens a hologram. And of course, we get Sirach back, and he kind of has a discussion with Sam. I can't remember what it was, but then apparently it makes Sam cry. I didn't know holograms could cry, especially a program to cry. And talking about how cool his father was. Thankfully, I don't think they talked about tomatoes and gumbo. And then the big here we go. The big mystery box that actually gets opened. Apparently, the teacher's full name is Ilya Dax.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's Dax.
Yeah.
Dax.
It's Dax.
It was such bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm like, as soon as I did that, I mean, I was trying to keep quiet because I know my kiddos are asleep, but man, I was like covering my mouth going, because I was like, no, because it's literally impossible. I'm going to start geeking out here. The Trill worms, or the symbiotes, as they call them, they live to about up to 800 years. So it is literally impossible for Dax to still be alive at that time.
Right.
So apparently Ilya Dax is still alive.
She's a hybrid. How could she have the correct biology?
Right.
But you don't understand. She brushed her hair aside, and you saw the Trill spots, or barely the Trill spots.
I mean,
yeah, she goes.
Still,
Yeah.
She does this smuggest fucking thing. Like,
She's just trying to make herself important.
and the funny thing is,
Smocky
you can
Spark.
see the mask is peeling off her face. I think that they shot this in one day, and this was toward the end of the day. Because you can see the makeup is coming off of her fucking head, and they did a close up.
They don't care.
No,
They don't
they
care.
didn't care.
When Mikey Spock
Continuity
was pointing the phaser at herself in that episode, they just left that in. It's like,
Yeah, I saw that screenshot.
was
Anyway, so
kinda
they wrap
nice.
it up. They wrap it up. Decided to play a line from Avery Brooks, and it was a very interesting line. It was talking about about love, and they were trying to do this theme that Avery Brooks had a lot of love in his heart, and I can agree with that. I mean, he was a great father, or at least Captain Sisko was a great father and everything for Jake, and he had a lot of passion for what he believed in and for essentially saving the Federation from the Dominion. But I never heard this line before, and then finally it fades out, and there's just one little teeny tiny, about that big, little phrase that says "Thanks, Avery," and then they cut to the credits, and they play the DS9 theme song for the entire credit roll.
okay, swell.
Yep. Although later on I found out that phrase that was quoted by Avery Brooks wasn't from DS9. It was from like one of his jazz albums or his other
He
works.
recorded it like 20 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. It's not even from DS9.
This is a pile of shit.
Yeah.
Doug, you're
So there
lucky
you go,
you skipped this, man. You're lucky you fucking skipped this, and so am I. So am I. It would have finished you off, Doug.
It would have made you vomit glitter. I'll tell you that.
I believe so. Yeah, I vomited enough already. I didn't need the glitter. Yeah, yeah.
You didn't need the
I
glitter.
can't believe I watched Fallout instead.
What is wrong with you? What are you thinking?
Yeah, we should actually talk about Fallout here in a minute, just a little bit, just to talk about it. And we could do a few spoilers because what the hell. But Heather, let's go to Heather and Sean. Heather, what was your take on this? Anything that you wanted to mention that we didn't talk on yet?
Yeah, just overall, I mean, these writers are such a joke, right? I mean, they've read a summary of DS9 somewhere and like maybe a few pages on Sisko. And so there's a complete misinterpretation of what his role was as the emissary and with Bajor and the wormhole. I mean, you can tell they didn't understand it, or they didn't really watch it. Because to present it as this big mystery, it was just goofy. And then when she's trying to figure it out, I love that these teachers are like, oh, well, you can't pay attention to the facts. You got to get to know him as a person to solve the mystery. Like, of course, facts don't matter. That's what led to all this tomato nonsense. And then she actually makes like his recipes with the replicator, thinking like, oh, this is how we're going to get to know Sisko. But the whole point of their food in the restaurant was that they made it. It wasn't from the replicator. So totally not the same thing anyway. That was pretty dumb. Full on CW teen drama this week. All the stuff in the bar was silly. Another thing that's gotten really annoying is that they love making the head of the war college, this poor guy, look like a complete idiot. Mm-hmm. Like you have Holly's peace and love commune with her, goofy ass crew. Are so wise, and they're always coaching him. And here's the better way to be, here's how you do it, belittling him every single episode, every single time he's in it. That diplomatic dinner was so cringe. None of those characters are likable or funny. Oh my God. And that was the dick joke. They're like, oh, Stephen Colbert's announcing we're going to this forest in the morning. So make sure you have your morning wood or something like that.
Oh God. Fucking stupid.
It would be
funny
on Beavis and Butthead, but it came off so cringe in this. It was just awful. Holly, like again, she's laying on the couch, laying her dirty feet. She's walking around barefoot, so her feet are dirty. She lays on the couch, puts her feet on it to where you just would want to smack her. Then she's like this poor guy, the head of the war college. I can't remember his name. She's laying there and he's sitting down. She keeps scooting closer, like trying to put her head in his lap. Like,
yeah.
The weirdo. And then just the Dax reveal, that was just so irritating. I mean, come on. Oh, and then Sam at the end, through this whole thing, they're all bitch, yo, bro, the language. Sam at the very end, when she's talking to her little, overseer, because he's been giving her a hard time, she's like, oh, I'll really tell it to him. So she just like tells him off and like, I'm not doing what you say. Then she goes, later.
Oh God.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Whoa.
Later, she did.
Later.
Wow, that was
Wow.
Wow, what an exit.
Wow,
I just pulled a Burnt Campbell.
impressive.
Done, baby. All right.
Yeah,
Well
Later.
done.
You snapped out.
that was perfect. Yeah.
Best review ever.
Wow.
So dumb. It was
Well, wow. So in conclusion, you didn't like it. Okay. How about you, Sean? Anything you wanted to add to this?
The only thing that Kurtzman has been successful with this whole time is that every single episode of this new track is worse than the previous one. And every week you watch it, you're like, oh, it can't get worse. Yeah, it can, and it does. So I'm more out of a curiosity now. Let's see what tonight's thing is going to be. It's stupid. And you know what? This may come out mean. I'm normally a kind of a person who's like, hey, if there's something I don't like and you do, hey, good on you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. If you like this fucking show, I'm sorry. I can't not judge you. I can't not fucking judge you if you say this is good. Now, if you say I don't like Star Trek at all, but I like this show, okay, fine. But no, no.
You can't. You can't like Star Trek and like this.
Yeah, and I did I'll just close with this. I did a little experiment. All these people, the shills are all over X and responding, you guys are just haters and I don't like you, and then they block you.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, okay, so it's just us racist bigots, right? So I went on a couple of other YouTube channels from other countries. I went to there was a Portuguese channel. These guys are in Portuguese reviewing Star Trek, and I was translating the comments on YouTube, and they were all fucking negative, just like us. This is universally fucking hated across the board. It's not just us toxic, Caucasian people. It's all over. No one likes this shit. No one.
I like that. That's a great experiment.
Yeah, it was kind of funny to see what they were saying. But yeah, this is dog shit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I think it's even worse than dog shit because dogs will occasionally eat dog shit, but you never see a dog watching Starfleet Academy.
Well, yeah,
Is that true, Andy? And is that a valid point?
Yeah, I would say so.
And that at least hardens up and makes it easier to pick up. This is just forever goopy.
Just forever goop. All right. Well,
Goopy
thank
goopy.
you, JRC99US. Do you have any other final word on this particular episode that you sacrificed to watch?
Yes, I would definitely like to put this kind of like a public service announcement. And I'm going to say it. If you shilled for Picard season 3, this is exactly what we got.
There you go. There you go.
There's no other way around it.
Yep.
I've seen other people who've been, rightfully criticizing Starfleet Academy, and these are the same people, and I won't name names, but these are the same people that I saw who were just slobbering all over Picard season 3.
Yep.
And DC, as you know, you warned about it. I warned about it. Everybody else warned about it. If you greenlight Picard season 3, you're going to get more new Trek, and here we are. I think one thing people don't realize is that the narcissism behind Alex Kurtzman and Secret Hideout is that if you say that something is good, even if let's just say it is, just for the sake of argument, even if it is, the thing is that you have these narcissists who really believe that if you say it was good, that means they got it right the entire time. And then you got everybody else even at Paramount saying, hey, guess what? We got it right the entire time. So yes,
Insane.
Picard season 3 shills, this is your fault. You brought it on us.
In fucking insane. All right.
Yep.
Well, thank you very much, JRC99US. Have you watched Fallout as well?
I did not catch Fallout. I apologize.
Oh, no problem, man.
Yeah.
If you want to stick around and talk about The Man with Two Brains, if you've seen that, you're welcome to do that as well.
Well, I actually do have to take off myself. I got to get up early tomorrow. So,
okay, well, brother, thank you. Plug your channel or anything else you'd like to plug here.
Well, I am JRC99US. I've been just doing a video blog since 2007, and then I just came across a great fellow friends in Star Trek and all of their sci-fi and pop culture, and it's great to be here. Thank you for having me on, and I hope to be back someday too.
All right, God bless you, JRC99US. You're an awesome dude, man. Hooyah!
Right. Thanks, everybody.
God bless you,
Hooyah!
brother.
Hooyah.
Yeah.
See you later.
We'll see you next time.
All right.
All right. So I think at this point, we've talked about this forever of doing an actual review of Fallout Season 2. So I'm just going to go around and let everyone talk about it. I'm going to reveal, hopefully at this point, I mean, gosh, we've been, it's been at least a week since the last episode, and hopefully y'all have been tracking along on this same thing. I guess what I want to do is I enjoyed it very much. I think it's still entertaining. I think the characters are still good. I think they're consistent. I don't think there's a lot of wokeness in the thing. I think that it's very well done. It looks great. Walton Goggins remains the best thing on the show. But I'm interested in all the characters, interested in how it's going. But I remember that, what is it? The Nolan guy, is it Jonathan Nolan and Lisa Joy, I think, were two of the showrunners here who also were on Westworld, or as we call it, Woke World, which went so tragically wrong in the second and third seasons. And I'm a little worried because it seems like this show is like a moving goal line, they solve one mystery, and then just like another show that I remember back in the day, a little thing called Lost, seems like they just keep adding more twists just to have twists. Now, I could be wrong, and I hope I am. I hope that they've planned all this out, but at one point, Hank, Agent Cooper, Kyle MacLachlan, says, no, the vaults were not the experiment. The real experiment is on the surface. And at that point, I was like, okay. So I would like to talk about what that means. And I would like to talk about whether you guys felt like I did that, oh boy, Desmond in the vault, why does Walt's kid have to be raised? Claire's kid, it harkened back to Lost. And it's like, dude, no, the real experiment would not be on the fucking surface. All this, come on, give me a fucking, but maybe I'm wrong. But listen, if this thing comes out like Lost, I'm going to be one really pissed off fucking overlord, because Lost is the worst fucking thing on TV, period, because it was all a lie. At least, Kurtzman Trek and, it's honestly shit. It's like it's wearing its shit on its sleeve, but Lost pretended to be, something it wasn't ever, which was coherent. It pretended to have a plot, and it didn't. It pretended to be a show, and it was a shell game the whole time, where they just introduce a brand new mystery every single week, and they just pile up like dead bodies over in the corner, and they never clean out the vault. You never solve the problems. So I don't know. That is my main objection. And I just want to go around and get everyone's take on Fallout Season 2 or Season 1. Gary, I know that you had not. You got derailed because you believed Walton Goggins when he told his wife, "Oh, you're right, honey," and backed down. But in fact, he was lying to her. Did you ever go and watch any more, or did you just not have any time?
Yeah, I'm 100% caught up.
Oh, really? Well, what did you think? Did it go better than what you had initially thought?
Oh yeah, I was totally wrong. I totally jumped the gun on that episode, and that's the problem with experiencing these shitty shows where
Yeah.
that's kind of like the normal thing. Is it's like you forget that it might not be a narrative, it might just be a plot point.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I completely dismissed that, which means that I wasn't connecting with the material. But it's a good thing that I was wrong, because it allowed me to reconnect with the material.
Good.
So I finished the first season. It was all right. The second season, I enjoyed quite a bit.
Excellent.
There's some things that I don't particularly care for, but I'm not going to mention those because I actually did enjoy most of this season. It seems like they got their characters right.
Yeah.
It seems like they knew their strength, which is Walton Goggins, and they focused on his story. They connected her with the Lucy character. They left the guy in the Iron Man suit to the side, which was right where he needed to be, because he's like a set piece for action sequences and stuff. And there was some cool stuff with him fighting monsters and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's great. But it was a total weak point in the story because I don't care. The vault dwellers are kind of like, but I guess they have to be there. So some of their stuff is kind of interesting. Again, I don't know anything about the game, but the primary story and the core of the story and the strength of the story is Walton Goggins.
Yeah.
And the going backward and forward between his story with what what was happening with him and his wife and the McLaughlin character, and then going, forward to what's happening now. That's what's worth watching in the show.
I agree. Yeah,
And,
that's the strongest storyline.
It's really nice to see an actor a really strong actor, be allowed to jump in and do what he does best. I don't know where he got the accent. It's funny. I'm like, how the fuck did this accent come about? He didn't have it before, but I don't really care. Like that's him. But I did for the most part enjoy it. There was some shit, but there's always some shit.
Yeah.
But again, like this second season seemed like it was much more streamlined, and there was a real cohesive story, and it was really interesting. The crap bits set aside, I did totally flip on how I felt about it.
Good.
That's good. Yeah.
Well, that's excellent, dude. I'm really glad to hear it, because it's a worthwhile show. It really is very entertaining. I was never bored. If anything, I felt like sometimes it was going a little bit too fast,
Well, I don't agree with that, because I've invested 16 hours into this show and I didn't get my 16 hours worth out of it. But if it was a lot shorter for me, I'd be able to enjoy it more, because I don't have time for that. And there is a lot of filler, but the second season did, it did bring about something that I enjoyed, which was good.
Excellent. So yeah, I'm glad that you revisited it. I think that it was Walton Goggins' character being very suspicious of his wife, and even like eavesdropping on her and hearing her.
I totally jumped the gun on that.
Yeah, man. Because he's not gonna be like, well, who decides about the dog issue?
Right.
And he sees he's not getting anywhere, so he just bullshits her. He says, "Oh, you're right, honey, but fuck that. No."
It's amazing that a toxic white male got away with that kind of shit.
I know.
Major show these days. That's why I didn't believe that. I didn't even think it was possible for that to be a plot point. I thought it was just narrative.
I know.
I mean, that's all we see is that kind of shit. And then there you see it as an actual plot point and a pivot, and the guy, he sneaks around on behind her back and sabotages her.
Yeah, man.
Good stuff.
An interesting show, and I really love him. I also love Lucy, the girl. I think she
I like her too. I like her freakishly large eyes.
Yeah, she's super
I'm into that. I mean, I'm staring at her ass the whole time, like she's something to look at least, because the vault dwellers are ugly as sin. I mean, they're just ugly people, but I mean, she's something to look at least.
Well,
she's
like with the eye patch.
She's like, hey man, I'm into the eye patch. No, but she's Canadian.
She's in good shape too.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. But no, she's kind of like a real life anime character. You know what I mean? With her big giant eyes. No, that's my thing. I like big eyes, and if she had big giant thick glasses to like magnify them, whew.
Like Maz Kanata.
Well, if you can't have Rosie O'Donnell, you can dream, can't you? You know.
Oh, jeez.
I know. No, I got you. One of the things that's really interesting to me is, the fact that these death claw creatures, like he was fighting them, like Walton Goggins' character was fighting them, apparently before all this shit went south, right? In an Alaskan front or something. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So they've been around. And Doug, you're nodding. Since you haven't chimed in for a while, I'm going to go to you next because is it this evolution, like this accelerated evolution virus that maybe produced them? What are your thoughts on this? And what are your thoughts on season 2 of Fallout, Doug?
It was all right. No, I'm enjoying it. I mean, it's rare that you get something like it's 2 seasons in, so far so good. Usually that's when it all goes to hell. They lure you in with a good first season, and then no.
Yeah.
But so far, that's not what happened. And as far as the creatures, yeah, that's very interesting. I'm like, well, wait a minute, this is before the war, the nukes and everything, so there's a little bit more going on here. And of course, the whole thing was orchestrated. So we know there's, conspirators behind the scenes that wanted this to happen because they think they know better and that sort of thing. And ultimately, you'll find out they're just probably some of the biggest idiots around. and I know the experiments on the surface. Well, look at the surface and look what's going on there and that sort of thing. And so it could be akin to that. And you've got your different groups forming out there. You've got the crazy Romans, so on and so forth. And then you have these mutant creatures. And so somebody's been experimenting all along. And we don't, it's an alternate reality. We were at war with Canada. I don't know, stuff like that. And so there's more blanks to fill in. Hopefully they will,
Yeah.
But when you toss something like that out there, because you think, oh, it's just all the monsters created after the fallout and everything. But no, something else was going on. So, it's the intrigue, but it's got to have the payoff. But so far, so good in the character development and whatnot. The relationship, between the ghoul and the girl and all that was despite the fact that she impaled him. But he had it coming. He's off. He's fine. Don't worry about it. He got new batteries, and and then he comes along and helps her out. And boy, I tell you another thing about her, she's really cute and everything, but it's great casting for her to be Kyle MacLachlan's daughter. I mean, she really does look like she could have been his daughter and all that.
I know. So, it's funny, isn't it?
It's really good. And it's visually, aesthetically pleasing to see and all that. And it's really cool looking, and it just keeps going. And, I'm not bored with it. I'm not upset. I'm not pushed out of it. I mean, there's a couple of things that like, okay. But yeah, all right. Well, look, it's post-apocalyptic future. What the hell do I know is going to happen? I mean, you got monsters running around. So whatever. But all in all, the overall package, this is good. And I'm like, look at that. That's nice. Because most of the time let down. And again, I know nothing of the video game. I've seen the advertisements for it and all that, but I don't know how loyal it is to that narrative or what have you. But for what it is, 2 seasons in, I'm on board.
Well, I understand that it's not terribly accurate to the lore of the game, but because I have not played the games, I'm completely kind of inoculated against that. Now, other people have said, well, it's not consistent with the games, but this like kind of happens in another part of the the world, or like in a, after the time period of the games. So, it could conceivably, different vaults have different stories and stuff. I'm not sure. It is interesting about, this, that she's Canadian, and so, she wants to, get
No,
all
they
of
just throw that in there.
I mean, okay.
And when they revealed the ID, and they're like, oh,
Yeah. What is that? I don't get,
it's like, well, what happened?
Not only is William Shatner Canadian, and the kids in the hall are Canadian, and Rod Thunderheart in the audience is Canadian. So Canadians are perfectly fine people. But in this, I guess we were at war at some point with them. I don't understand the lore. But do you
As if
feel
that would last more than 48 hours.
Yeah, yeah, well, but there were death claws running around, so I don't know. But I would like to ask
Yeah, they had
you,
death claws.
what do you think about this situation when Kyle MacLachlan's character says, no, Lucy, the real experiment is on the surface? It's like, what? What did you think, Doug?
Well, I mean, it depends on what the payoff is. From what I'm seeing of it, they're all isolated in the vaults to be maintained, while the rest of the world changes into whatever it is they think is of interest of them to have unfold. I mean, you already had these mutant monsters that we now know happened even before the war happened. I mean, it wasn't even a war. They were plotting to launch those nukes regardless,
Yeah.
And looks like even the president was in on this. Whoever was behind this what orchestrated all of this.
Right.
So that that the laboratory is the Earth itself, and they're keeping these other people in reserve, I guess. Even though that looks like to have failed as well. Everything looks like a colossal failure everywhere you go.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, that's the thinking.
Yeah, no, all right.
At this point,
Well, I hope I'm wrong. I mean, at least, it's kind of like going between suspects that have been established. It's not like they're coming up with, hey, now we've got a vault with Desmond in it, or, what about the others running around? What's about the cork in the center of the island and the steering wheel and all that bullshit? So, I mean, at least the Enclave was established very early on in the show.
It's got to be mapped out and explained. If they just leave it there, no, you can't do that.
Yeah. All right. Well, that seems optimistic. Heather L., what did you think about season 2? And do you share my concerns, or are you at this point trusting?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of with Gary. I liked season 2 better than season 1, kind of for the same reasons, right? Because season 1 had equal focus on all these different groups, and season 2 they went more towards the Walton Goggins story, the parallel with the past and his current storyline, which I thought was better, because a lot of these should be more side characters, these odd different groups and people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not totally getting Lost vibes. I mean, I do think they established the Enclave pretty early on. They've had a lot of mystery and intrigue, but I feel like they've kind of solved things along the way.
Yeah, they have. That's true.
It's not like they just keep opening up new ones and nothing ever gets solved. I mean, we've learned a lot about all these various factions. And I think, I mean, that would kind of be the goal, right? To come back and take over the surface, right? I mean, you're not going to stay in vaults forever. And I think the vault tech maybe thought that they had more power than they really did. And really the Enclave has all the power.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Who knows what they're trying to engineer on the surface, right? Because you've got all these kind of bioengineering experiments. We saw early, technology with the suits, and you don't know how all that's involved. And then maybe, I mean, I'm sure things didn't go exactly as expected, right? You have all these people who are going to get in vaults and think they're going to survive it and then come back up when everybody's dead. You've got the Enclave, which who knows how they were planning to wipe everybody out. And then you find out, right, like with some of this stuff with the vaults, like they kind of were picking and choosing. I think they were behind that, right? Like they knew the water chips would fail, like with failure rate. It's like they knew some vaults were just going to be experiments, and some people, kind of had priority and were going to be chosen to live. So I think there's more there, like, to find out, but I feel like they've set it up. Going all the way back to early episodes when you saw the scientist with, trying to get the cold fusion and the stuff with the dogs he was developing. I mean, I feel like they've gone through it all along. So I'm not getting Lost vibes yet. I mean, I know we're all jaded, but I think that's part of the games too. I think the Enclave's part of the game, so I think there's already like a precedent and some lore there for it.
So maybe what the experiment he was talking about is the miniaturization of the mind control gizmos to pacify the wild surface so that the vault dwellers can come out. Maybe that's what Hank was talking about.
Could be, or they've implanted that already in a lot of people.
But he was developing. Oh no, I guess he found some of the miniaturization. Yeah, maybe so.
I don't know.
Sean, what do you think?
I'm not quite getting the Lost vibes, but if modern TV is anything to say about it, it probably will go Lost on us. Maybe someone's learned. I don't know. It's really good so far. I love all the characters with a few exceptions. Like we haven't really brushed on, but when you watch it, you'll know what we're talking about. Thankfully, it just goes away really quickly. Really cool. I do like the intrigue. Like I've said it before, I'm fine with it not following the game because there's a whole world there and they've built it up pretty good. They're faithful to the feel of the world and what's going on. And I actually think it was really an interesting choice to say the surface is the experiment. That was a cool twist. It really was. Because, how else would you get crazy monsters evolving in 50 years? It wouldn't happen, so maybe this is a cool way to explain it. The acting is superb. Some of the characters are a little quirky, but all in all, it was good, and I'm looking forward to the next season. So hopefully it continues to be good. But I think Heather cued in on something. Is that they're opening a lot of mystery boxes, but they're solving them. They open the box, they solve it. They open another one, they solve it. So it's not this continual thing, but there is an underlying thing of like, maybe who is the real bad guy? Who's the real good guy? We said that the president was involved and he was a bad guy, but of course he is. It's Clancy Brown.
Yeah, when minute you see him, it's like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, when you've got the Kurgan as the president of the United States, you're fucked. That should have been a cool thing.
It's a dead giveaway.
Yeah. But, speaking of Highlander, though, Gary says the transitions, when we see the little flashbacks from Ghoul, I love the way they transition because, like, he'll be laying on a bed in a position, and then it flashes back to his previous life, and he's in the same position.
Yeah.
Or he's drinking something, or it's always something kind of cool, like just a seamless transition. Yeah, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, it's very, very good, and I love the feel of it too. I like the old songs, and in the sense of comedy. I hate post-apocalyptic stuff in general, just because it's so dark, and who needs that shit? But to actually make it pretty funny. And there's even slapstick stuff with all the ghoul, people can really take a lot of damage, and just kind of shrug it off. And the music and the colors. I mean, it's a very entertaining show, and I recommend it entirely. I'm just being kind of cautious and worrying about the Lost situation. But I hope I'm wrong, and I certainly don't have any information about it. Andy, have you watched the show at all?
I just caught up on all of season 1. Which I really liked. I'm optimistic about everything else. I do have to correct Sean, though, that Clancy Brown's greatest role is Mr. Krabs. It is not the Kurgan. Oh, no, me first time. But, I have to agree that the acting is really good. The story is like, what I like best about this is I can't predict what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And most of the time when I watch a show, I can predict what's going to happen, and sadly, it usually goes that way. But this has been full of surprises, and I like the way that pans out. I'm really looking
Good
forward
point.
to this season. I should finish up this week, and a week late for us to talk about it, but I'll be happy when we get to the next one, and we can hopefully it doesn't pull a Stranger Things and do it in 3 years.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's planned for 5 years, actually. Isn't that what I've heard, that it's going to be a 5-year plan? So hopefully that means they've mapped out, the course of the show. Hopefully so, knock wood.
They sped up the timeline actually for season 3, and they're filming it right now so that they could get it out sooner, because they said they didn't want to have a long gap between seasons. So they're trying to get
finally.
Finally, Jesus.
They're making an effort to speed up, like the release time.
Good. So what is
Somebody's
phase
thinking.
2? That'll be interesting. Doug, what the hell is phase 2? I don't know. But Andy, I'm glad you liked
Stay
it.
tuned.
Yeah. Well, all right, so that's good. Anything else you'd like to add, Andy, before we move on? No? Okay, fair enough. I love the show, and I think it's one of the best shows out there right now. So I recommend you guys watch it, because pretty damn good. All right, before we go, Snow Woke. Every once in a while, it's nice to see somebody get punished for cravenly pandering to the woke feminist crowd, and also doing what they think is super safe. Instead of developing a new property, having to actually develop something original, they go ahead and do another fucking animated remake because they think it's safe. Well, there's no safety in that, as it turns out, ladies and gentlemen. Forbes magazine published an article just yesterday, and I did a video covering this today. And it turns out, how much Disney actually lost on Snow Woke? Disney lost $170 million. 170, not 17, $70 million lost on Snow Woke. Now, I say good. I say every time that there's a spectacular wipeout like this of somebody being craven, doing yet another live action remake of an animated classic and pandering to the woke crowd, every time something like that wipes out spectacularly, legions of angels, I'm absolutely delighted that they took this horrible. I mean, they had the balls to take out the great songs from Snow White. So many great songs. It's got one of the most charming animated scores with hit after hit after hit. There's not a bad movie, a bad piece of music in Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. And they yank all that shit. They grab a few things from Lin-Manuel Miguel, whatever is fucking the Hamilton hack, Miguel Miranda. And, utterly forgettable songs. Who can remember, Snow White's song about I can finally be the girl I was supposed to be, and Gal Gadot's horrible cringe. I mean, you got to really, really suck, like straight out of the, jaws of, perdition to make someone like Gal Gadot stink. And oh my God, I felt so sorry for this poor, beautiful woman having to do this horrible number. It's just really, it gave me a sense of great joy to learn that, well, first of all, that, my Hollywood agents had told me about this, that, I think that they thought it was going to be a budget of, I think they nailed it about right. I think they thought it was going to be about $350 million. It turned out it was $326 million budget.
Wow, that's pretty close, though.
Yeah,
Well,
it goes to like 200 and something, which cut in half because the theaters take half. So I mean, Disney lost its fucking striped, yellow buttoned pants over this shit.
now I was listening to Culture Casino and Marvin Montanaro and Marvin was discussing this, where with this number they're putting out there about how much it's lost is only going by box office. That's not factoring in marketing. So
Oh,
this probably lost closer to 300 million,
excellent.
which explains why Rachel's right here
Wow.
at my DoorDash. I'll be right back.
Well, with all the reshoots and everything that they did to try and correct it and change it, because remember it was going to be all these weirdos as the dwarves,
Yes.
and they had it planned to make it even worse, and they tried to clean it up. So how much did they spend on that? I mean, this just shows that Disney doesn't know their audience, doesn't know what to do with a classic, and that they went completely woke and got broke.
Yep. The wages of woke is broke. Isn't that right, Gary?
Apparently so.
Did you ever see that thing?
I went and saw it. Yeah,
It was unbearable.
it was hilarious. I mean, it was fucking hilarious. It had all the production value of a Saturday Night Live skit.
Yeah, it did.
It was rough, dude. Like, you know, a $300 million loss, even $170 million. Good Lord. Think about the movies that we could get with that money.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Shows.
Oh yeah.
Just the
How many
loss.
Godzilla minus ones?
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh man.
Like,
No
all this
kidding.
money just
Yeah.
literally pissed into a fan and just spraying right back in Disney's face. Like, it's just like,
Some people like that.
yeah, apparently.
Apparently, because
I
they
don't get
keep
where-
doing it.
Yes. Yeah, they go back into the fan.
Yeah. Where do they think their fans
Yes,
are? I mean,
they'll
they
do
keep
it
going to
again.
Twitter for their fans. I'm just like, these aren't your fans.
I don't know
No.
what they think. I have no idea. Is this like, you know,
Apparently nothing.
like calculated demolition of one of the greatest companies in American history? I don't know. That's what it looks like,
Yeah.
you know?
It's
Hey,
a
look at-
systematic dismantling of Western culture. Like,
Sure.
you know, one movie at a time, sometimes a franchise at a time.
Right.
At this
so they're
point-
right on point.
At this point, Rachel Zegler's just hoping they bring back Love Boat so she can get a guest spot.
Oh, I hope they cast a white woman as Isaac, your bartender. That'll show. That'll show. Oh man, I'm surprised Kurtzman hasn't run with this idea. You know, like let's start a Starfleet Academy, like literally as Love Boat. Like, you know, love, and you've got, you know, Holly Hunter is, you know, coked out, you know, stewardess, you know, Julie, and
The
That's
Klingon
what
finds
they're
love
doing.
with a species
Yeah.
with two anuses.
that's right.
By the way, just a nod here, Dubcock. Notice that this story comes out after the quarterly earnings.
Ah, yes, yes. Do you think Forbes held it as a courtesy? Wow,
Wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't
Wow.
be surprised.
interesting. Well, you know, I just thought it was good. Anyone else have a comment about this before we move on? I just really was delighted. I was delighted because I really love Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. It's a magical film. It's one of the greatest animated films, if not the greatest animated film of all time. And it's you know, there's something karmic about, you know, you deserve what you have reaped when you cannibalize and butcher and mutilate the very animated classic that put Walt Disney on the map. You know, there's like some kind of bad spiritual juju about, you know, crucifying it publicly like this. And then, you know, you shouldn't thrive doing that, you know, I just feel like shit, you know, I feel like, I don't know, some kind of vindication or cosmic, you know, like, you know, kiss for the fans. You know, it's like, that's okay. Look at they paid a heavy price for doing this to themselves. Maybe they won't do it again. I don't know. I hope not, but
Well, they'll do it again.
maybe not.
They'll do it again.
He'll do it. Yes.
You think so?
Yes, definitely.
I mean,
You
there's
could bet
probably stuff
$170
already in the
million on
can
that.
that they're going to dump out there, So, yeah.
I'd like to see them
Agenda,
do the
agenda.
Aristocats
Right.
with like actors in shitty like cat costumes, like with their faces cut out, so their heads stick out like cat PJs, and they just fucking they
They already did that with
That's
Cats the
musical,
movie.
right?
Well, I know.
Butthole's optional.
Absolutely,
Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't that be?
And they got to do a great spin on that old joke where they go on with the joke, and at the end of it, they say, well, what's the punchline? The Aristocats.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a litter box, and there's like two Germans in bondage gear over there in the corner. They've already had their role, and there's a puddle to prove it. And you've got differently sized people swinging on a trapeze, in and out of the shot, above the above the frame, and.
Yeah.
Spraying mysterious brown substance that could be, well, we don't want to talk about it, but allegedly it was something.
Or Lady and the Tramp. They can,
Can you
Lady
imagine
and
the
Tramp.
auditions? Can you imagine the auditions? You imagine the auditions for that and all the furries that would show up trying to get in the movie.
That's what I was gonna say. Is that actually they should gather a whole bunch of furries for Lady and the Tramp?
Yeah.
Ooh.
How about a crossover, Lady and the Tramp and Titanic?
Same movie.
Oh man! Of course, it would be basically like two dogs. It would be Tramp and the Tramp. Forget the lady, or Lady Boy and the Tramp. We get Joel Grey from Cabaret meets
Lady Boy.
Pedro Pascal. And,
Oh, God.
AI. Cross pollination.
Oh my God.
Jeez.
He would definitely be in that movie.
Oh
Yeah,
my.
we'll do that scene from Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid with Pedro. Like, what are you doing? I was suffering some anxiety, so I was adjusting your breast.
I was deriving comfort from your breasts. All right. Well, just some free ideas, Disney. I know. Paragon, Dark Princess, My Overlord. Don't give them inspirations. I know. I'm sorry. I could not help it. All right. I tell you what. I think we should go ahead and read a few more super chats, and then we're going to get to our movie that we love here. So let's do this thing, shall we? Be a little thing. For those of us who, miss the fun of laughter, ladies and gentlemen, who doesn't miss the fun of laughter from the pre-woke society that we used to have? God, woke is a plague. It's just a fucking plague on society and the world and comedy and literature and art and humanity. And on that light note, Angry Yeti TV with a $5 super chat. Hail to you, Angry Yeti TV. Says, I'm counting the days till Ass Hooker season 2. It will remain my favorite show I've never watched. Ahsoka. Hail to you, Angry Yeti TV. Ahsoka, honestly, in some ways, to me, was like the worst of the worst, because it was just so boring. So boring. My God in heaven. You couldn't even hate it. It was just there, It was there like white bread painted beige. It's fuck. God, it was slow. Hail to you, Angry Yeti TV. Let it remain your favorite show you've never watched. You will be glad that you did that. And Sigvaldason, the high priest of the cult of Harvey, ladies and gentlemen. Hail to Sigvaldason. He says, and the eldritch god spake unto Doomcock, saying, Verily, pop culture is dead. Press thou the fated button, my chosen herald, and let oblivion answer. Hail to you, Sigvaldason. The high priest of the cult of Harvey speaks the truth. Hail to you, my friend. And Dean H5 with a $5 super chat. Hail to you, Dean H5 says, R.I.P. James Vanderbeek. Amen, brother. Amen. Thank you, brother. And may he rest in peace. It's we're losing more and more folks all the time, and he was too young to lose. So hail to you, Dean H5. And Saul Shymek with a $5 super chat. Hail to you, Saul Shymek. Saul says, regarding Mando and Grogu, can we get an AI reconstruction of Leon Redbone doing this Dudge for you to the tune of this Bud's for you? It could probably be done. It could probably be done. Maybe you should send me a reminder and I'll write it and come up with it for Friday Night Frolics. Hail to you, Saul Shymek. And in a milestone, ladies and gentlemen, a generous milestone, double executive producer Rod Thunderheart gifted 50 Overlord DVD memberships to 50 people in this channel. Hail to you, Rod Thunderheart. 50 new channel members, folks, and it's a good time to be a channel member. We always release new channel member videos, uncensored and demonetized, basically on a roughly weekly basis. Go and check them out. My wrenches will put a playlist for all you new channel members out there. Again, click on it and you'll see all the channel member videos that we have out there. Hail to you, Rod Thunderheart, who also gifted a $100 Canadian super chat to this channel, and also another $100 Canadian super chat to this channel, and finally a $20 Canadian super chat as well. Hail to you, Rod Thunderheart. And Rod Thunderheart, I'm going to read these super chats all together. A proud Canadian proclamation from somebody who is a proud Canadian. He says, hey, I am not a lumberjack or a fur trader. I don't eat blubber or live in an igloo or own a dog sled. And I don't know Jimmy, Sally, or Susie from Canada, although I'm certain they're really, really nice. I have a prime minister, not a president. I speak English and French, not American, and I pronounce it about, not a boot. I can proudly sew my country's flag on my backpack. I believe in peacekeeping, not policing. I believe in diversity, not assimilation, and that the beaver is a truly proud and noble animal. Well, I am a fan of beavers myself. Rod Thunderheart. He says, a toque is a hat, a Chesterfield is a couch, and it is pronounced Z, not Z, Z. Canada is the second largest landmass, the first nation of hockey, and the very best part of North America. My name is Rod Thunderheart. Hail to you, Rod Thunderheart, proud American, standing up for his country, just as we stand up for ours. Hail to you, Rod Thunderheart. And check out his book, ladies and gentlemen, by the way. It's called See Through Love by Friesen Press. And it's a very good book. And he's writing a sequel. He's writing a sequel right now. Hail to you, Rod Thunderheart. And God bless you for those 50 channel memberships and supporting us here at the center of the earth with all that we're trying to do. It really is kind of you, brother. Thank you, and God bless, brother. And Trevin Lane with a $5 super chat. Hail to you, Trevin Lane. Trevin Lane says all shows need a humorous moment or two. Even harsh war dramas like Saving Private Ryan have jokes, but they are balanced around the plot and tone. Absolutely. Huh? No, I referred to myself, Muzzle Velocity, as an American. He is a proud Canadian. I believe that's what I meant to say anyway. If I slipped up, well, he knows what I meant. He is a proud Canadian, just as we are proud Americans. Hail to you, Canadian, Rod Thunderheart. And again, check out his book, See Through Love. It is definitely worth a read. Trevin Lane with a $5 super chat. Thank you, brother, for that. We really appreciate that. And I agree. Humor is always very, very welcome. Even in dramas and heavy, dark things like Saving Private Ryan. Justin Anstey with a £2 super chat. Hail to you, Justin. Thank you very, very much for being here, my friend. And Justin Anstey says all masculinity is toxic, or it has toxic aspects. Well, I don't think masculinity is toxic. I think that masculinity is absolutely awesome. And I have a certain degree of masculinity myself, as does most of the people on this panel, Heather excluded. But yeah, I think masculinity is very important along with femininity. And I think that these things dovetail nicely and make the world go round and keep the human race going. So, this disdain that is out there for masculinity needs to go. It needs to go, in my opinion, in my humble opinion. Okay, it's not humble. I just said. And let's see. Oh, and Paragon Dark Prince is saying, my overlord, Lord of the Pants, is having issues with viewing Pop Culture Breakdown, saying that it is stating this content isn't available. Try again later. And it is doing the same thing to Anna, that Star Wars girl. Well, I don't know anything about this. Anybody on the panel hearing anything about this? It's just odd.
No.
I've got it going on my iPad.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going on my laptop.
Okay, good. All right. Well, then maybe it's just for some people. For some people, maybe they think you're a teeny bopper or something. Anyway, Zombie Box Reviews with a £5 super chat. Hail to you, Zombie Box Reviews. Says, hail Doomcock panel members and chat. Loving the stream. And it's great to see boy Nick on here. Hail to you, Nick. Hail to you, Zombie Box Reviews. You are most welcome, my friend, and I'm glad that you are enjoying the show. I think we're enjoying the show as well. Hail to you, Zombie Box Reviews, and thank you for the support, my friend. Hail to the UK out there. And Matt Clark says, hail Doomcock, just woke up in the UK. Hail to you, Matt Clark, and welcome. Just as I was saying, hail to everybody out there in the UK, and to Kelvin Wellborn, all the way in that land down under. Great to see you, my friend, and great to see all of you out there in the chat. We really appreciate you coming here and spending time with us on Wednesday nights. Reverend Bernfried Axvilda. Hail to you, Reverend Bernfried Axvilda, who's been a channel member 60 months at the Dumentite level and has been a friend of mine on this platform for even much longer than that. And Reverend Bernfried Axvilda says, hail Doomcock, I rarely catch you live anymore. I thought I'd say, Grüß Gott. Hey, Grüß Gott. Hail to you, Reverend Bernfried Axvilda. I'm sure that I pronounced that completely wrong, but the sentiment was there. Hail to you, Reverend Bernfried Axvilda. And Kurt James with a $4.99 super chat. Hail to you, Kurt James. He says, hail, Rod Thunderheart. 100 times more exciting than the Mando and Grogu Super Bowl commercial. Bravo. Action-packed gift memberships generosity. Boom. That's right. Rod Thunderheart is a quadruple super executive producer tonight. I can't even calculate it. Hail to you, Kurt James, and thank you, Rod Thunderheart. And Mr. House Party 6 with a $10 super chat. He says, in response to Justin Anstey about isn't all masculinity toxic, says, the penis is evil. Wink. A little Zardoz reference there, Mr. House Party 6. I love a good Zardoz reference. That is out fucking standing. Hail to you, Mr. House Party 6. I love it. And hail to Jack White. Jack, it's great to have you back, man. We missed you last week. I was getting a little worried about you. I hadn't heard from you in a while. It's good to see you, Jack. You and our arch villain. He's been an arch villain for 36 months now. Hail to you, Jack White, who I have a feeling I've been keeping an eye on things. I think Jack White is a producer tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Hail to you, Jack. And he says some serious recommendations, and take these seriously, folks. Jack knows his anime and manga. 110%. Jack White says some series recommendations: Yu Yu Hakusho, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, Rurouni Kenshin 2023, Demon Slayer, Classroom of the Elite, Gundam Wing, Gundam 00, Black Clover, My Hero Academia, Bungao Stray Dogs, Gachiakuta, and One Piece. Hail to you, Jack White. Jack, have you ever listened or watched Black Lagoon? I just finished Black Lagoon. I thought it was quite good. It was gifted to me by Dixon Cider, and I've been working on getting that out. I've watched all the series, and now I can move on to another anime. Hail to you, Jack White. I thought it was good in case you haven't seen it. Jack White with a $10 super chat. Hail to you, Jack. He says Hollywood won't be able to recapture that magic, but with entertainment moving out of California and modern tech making it easier for people in places like Texas, Georgia, and so on, we will get something good. It's true. It's true. Rob Wright has been documenting, and so is, Nick of Echo Base Network has been documenting Star Wars fan films done by people with AI. So I think that day has already come, Jack. Amazingly enough, the hope may lie in AI, the very place where a great amount of danger lies as well. And Kurt James with a $1.99 super chat. Hail to you, Kurt says, hail Andy Masterson, and raises a toast to Andy. We can all agree, hail to Andy Masterson. And Jack White with a $5 super chat. He is definitely a producer tonight. Producer Jack White says, and it will allow more competition in the entertainment sphere. Absolutely, Jack. I agree with that entirely. If they can still get distribution, that's the key. The creativity is there. The tools are increasingly there. Can they get distribution? Can they get their work in front of eyeballs? Will quality rise to the top? I hope so. That is certainly a hope that I have. And Udite1 with a $5 super chat. Hail to you, Udite1. He chimes in on Luc Besson's Dracula. He says, Luc Besson's Dracula is next on my list to see. I've heard good things too, and the trailer looks great. Holy shit, this is why movies are dying, folks. I hadn't heard a fucking thing about this. Anyone on the panel heard anything about Luc Besson's Dracula?
It's in the theater, and I want to go see it, but there hasn't been much advertising. And again, it's weird. Like, why not at Halloween? Like a Dracula, it's an odd time.
Well,
it looks really good.
In all fairness, the original Dracula came out on Valentine's Day.
No shit.
I will give it that. But yeah, where's the advertisement for this movie? I mean, Universal, you're wanting to revamp your monster movies, and somebody's made a Dracula monster movie. Get in there, give us some good stuff. It's got to be better than Nosferatu, is what I'm hoping for. But
the visuals look great, kind of like the Frankenstein movie did.
Oh, really? If it's anything like Frankenstein, then oh my gosh, we're in for a treat.
Luc Besson, I mean, he did The Fifth Element, for God's sakes. He's a very stylish, director, and he's got this like weird European sensibility that I find very compelling. So, yeah, it's an interesting idea. I guess I got to go and see the damn thing because I had no idea it existed. Shit. Things come and go so fast, and they don't get any support. They don't get advertising. This is why you're dying, theaters, for God's sakes. Get the word out. And Jack White with a $5 super chat. Hail to you, Jack. He says, Harvey, I saw that your son is in the new Minions movie. You must be so proud. What more could a father want for his child? Well, of course, the thing is that's an animated movie. It's not real. It's not real. I know. They really want it to be your kid, Harvey. Of course, the thing is, I don't know if it's really successful. And the kid, being in the movie, makes plenty wampum. There might be a paternity suit on my end. You're trying to say that you're the kid's dad, so I can get some of that wampum, maybe. I'm just saying. I'm not saying I am. I'm not saying I ain't. Just interesting legal tangle. All right. Well, thank you, Jack White, for that pointing that out. And Royston S. Bailey with 2 $5 super chats. Hail to you, Royston S. Bailey. Royston tells us, Film Threat pointed out that 3 YouTubers have already made profitable films. Iron Lung cracked the top 10 US box office. Perhaps Indy will rise. I would love to see that, dude. I would absolutely love to see that. And Royston S. Bailey also adds with another $5 super chat. Last episode of DS9, Sisko told his pregnant wife that he'll return someday. According to Starfleet, a travesty, he never returned. Heartless bastards. Yeah, well, they're assholes, and they don't know shit about the franchise that they've devastated. So it's not surprising. I mean, it could be a deliberate insult. It could be absolutely fucking clueless. We just don't know. Hail to you, Royston S. Bailey. And Jack White with 2 $5 super chats. Hail to you, Jack White. Jack says some not safe for work series recommendations. Queen's Blade and Bikini Warriors. Oh, no, that sounds good. Bikini Warriors. That sounds like a winner. Hail to you, Jack White. And Jack also adds, have you gotten a chance to check out any more of the series I sent you links to? Well, I have not been able to order any of those particular things because I've got a queue of things to watch, but I do have them stacked up. But I am getting some of the games that you have recommended. But I'll contact you about that. But you've opened my eyes to some incredible games. I'm really looking forward. I got some time. I want to go ahead and play some games. Royston S. Bailey with a $2 super chat. Royston, hail to you. He says, can you explain Kurtzman's obsession with eyeballs? Well, I can't. It's sick. It's bizarre. But I would say that, maybe that's why, this no Trek garbage is so bad. Maybe he's basically trying to burn all our eyes out, vicariously. He can't do it individually. Who has the time to have such fun? But maybe broadly, it's kind of like Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, have a happy Starfleet Academy, Starfleet Academy, Starfleet Academy, have a happy Starfleet Academy, Silver, fuck you. And then, your head melts. Well, or your eyeballs melt. I don't know, but I suspect it's something along those lines. Hail to you, Royston S. Bailey. And Jack White with a $10 super chat and a $20 super chat. Yes, Jack White is a producer tonight on this pop culture breakdown. Hail to you, Jack White. He says, Jay-Z has been in charge of the halftime show for the last few years, and apparently after the Epstein files were released, he got on a plane and left the country. Really? Wow. And he took all the talent from the halftime show with him? That's mean. That's mean. He could have at least left the talent, for God. He could have left the entertainment behind, couldn't he? Well, gosh, I guess that's too much to ask, huh? And Jack White with a $20 super chat. God bless you, Jack. He says, some more series recommendations. Our Last Crusade or The Rise of a New World, God's Games We Play, Full Metal Panic, Bleach. Absolutely Bleach. The Banished Court Magician aims to become the strongest. Hunter, Kill, La Kill, and Fairy Tale. Man, I tell you, I actually I actually found some copies of Tokyo Revengers, the manga, and I'm going to go back and get them. I was browsing this weekend and I found them, and I didn't get them at the time. I'm going to go back and get them because I remembered that those were on the list of the things you recommended. I'm going to go check those out. Hail to you, Jack White. And Vice Admiral Deku of Mars has been a channel member for a month at the Dumentite level. Hail to you, Vice Admiral Deku of Mars, who says, off topic, but red shirts and the Oberth class ships are like the Leo mobile suit in Gundam Wing. You can miss them and they'll explode anyway. All right, I like that. Leo mobile suit and Gundam Wing. Oh, you can miss them entirely and they'll explode anyway. I love it. Hail to you, Vice Admiral Deku of Mars. All right, folks, let's go ahead and get to the movie that we love this week. Hold on a second. Let me go ahead and get back here. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and go to the movies that we love. If we can, if it'll play, God knows. All right, folks. Well, this week we had a bit of a challenge here with this material in that there is not a whole lot of notes to be found on this. And our own Gary Ambrosia really did a long search and a hard search for stuff on this movie, but there's just not a whole lot out there, is there, Gary?
No, there really wasn't. Believe me, I did it long and hard, and I just couldn't cut it this week.
Man, why do you think such a popular movie is so short on details here?
I don't know. I was thinking it could be me. I mean, usually men my age, they have a problem with it at this time, Doesn't matter how long and hard I work on this thing. Sometimes it just doesn't work. But, anyway, let's get to the movie here. The Man with Two Brains. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to do an intro here. Well, this movie stars Steve Martin, Kathleen Turner. Was directed by the late, great Carl Reiner. This was their third collaboration together, Steve Martin and Carl Reiner. And this movie is extremely hilarious. I really, really enjoy this movie. And it was produced for about $10.4 million, and it made back $10.4 million. So, yeah, not exactly the huge success that it was supposed to be. Nonetheless, is a hilarious movie. So let's get to it here. According to Carl Reiner, he and Steve Martin were having lunch when Martin said to him, I used to love a thing called Donovan's Brain. Let's do something with the brain. They arranged to write the script with fellow collaborator George Gipe, and Reiner recalls it was a labor of love. Just the idea of keeping the brain alive in a jar of Windex to find the proper body for the brain that he loves. This is slightly conflicting information, however, because according to Steve Martin, he had originally approached David Cronenberg to direct after seeing his film Scanners.
Oh my God.
Cronenberg declined as he was going into production on Videodrome and didn't want to direct a comedy. Strangely enough, it was somewhere around this time that Steve Martin was invited to the estate of Stanley Kubrick, who praised his film The Jerk while they had dinner and played chess. Kubrick proposed a script to Martin and offered him the lead role, to which Martin turned down. That script would later become Kubrick's final film, Eyes Wide Shut.
Whoa. Wow.
How about that?
Holy shit.
So Kubrick was not quite the director that Martin wanted for this movie. It wasn't quite the appropriate director, but he ended up choosing Carl Reiner instead, which was good.
Well, yeah, I mean, that would work a lot better than David Cronenberg, for God's. I mean,
oh yeah, that would have been something else. But,
that would have been wild.
Really wild. Having only previously appeared in The Doctors, a late 70s TV series, and starring in Lawrence Kasdan's all-time family favorite, Body Heat, The Man with Two Brains was Kathleen Turner's second feature film. Turner's role of Dolores Benedict was based on her previous role of femme fatale Maddie Walker. Although Reiner recalls Martin calling her Scum Queen as being improvised, It was later discovered that this slanderous nickname was actually given to Kathleen Turner much earlier on by a critic in a negative review of Body Heat,
Whoa!
which Martin must have
Whoa!
read.
Whoa!
This is
What?
the only movie, this is the only movie where Kathleen Turner featured a body double for a partial nude scene. She says, "I was so seriously offended by the scene in which my character is about to have her ass rubbed. I didn't think it was funny at all. I told him to get someone else's ass to rub." I wonder if she's still currently doing her own nude scenes. The reanimator himself, Jeffrey Combs, makes an appearance as an orderly in the film. The film shares 3 future Star Trek actors, including Combs, David Warner, and James Cromwell. When asked why he was cast as Dr. Alfred Necessiter, Carl Reiner replied to David Warner, "Because you were the cheapest." Although she is uncredited in the film, the voice of Anne O'Malmahay was performed by Carrie herself, Sissy Spacek.
Oh, wow.
While browsing a store one day, Carl Reiner was approached by a woman who said that they knew each other. Although Reiner could not recall, she told him that she was Maya Ackerlund, a 4-year-old girl who, although could not read, phonetically memorized all of Steve Martin's orders directly after he accidentally hit some florist with his car.
Wow.
Nailed in a single take, Reiner referred to her as one of his favorite human beings. The brand of window cleaner Dr. Huffer retrieves from the trunk of the car is called Pain in the Glass.
Uh-oh.
Is your mic
Losing you, Gary.
Gary?
No, we're
Hello,
losing
Yeah, we're
can you
losing
test
your
that?
mic.
1, 2, 3.
There you go.
Mic number 1.
Yeah.
Isn't this a lot of fun?
Yep.
Yeah, Pain in the
Jeez.
Glass is where we left off.
Pain in the Glass, window cleaner. No, nobody thought that was funny.
Oh,
Well, no, we couldn't
lost
hear
you.
you.
Couldn't hear it.
Oh,
We couldn't
okay.
hear
I'm
you,
sorry. I'll
man. You
repeat
got-
the joke. So you
Yeah,
guys
please
better
do.
fucking laugh. The brand of window cleaner Dr. Huffer retrieved from the trunk of his car is called Pain in the Glass window cleaner. Waka, 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 waka. Yuck, yuck, yuck.
Well, that
Very
was
good.
worth it. You were just so jumbled. You'll hear it on the playback. It was
I won't listen to the playback.
very well.
Originally, the role of the elevator killer was offered to Johnny Carson, who turned it down. The first victim we see in the hotel elevator is played by Estelle Reiner, wife of Carl and mother to Rob. Rob Reiner, not Rob on the panel.
Yeah.
The Word Bringer, a villain featured in the 1987 through 2006 run of The Adventures of Superman, would travel to different planets collecting brains and stored them in jars in order to create a collective conscious known as the Union. According to canon, the actual name of the Word Bringer is Huffer, which is spelled exactly as it sounds. HFU, HRU, HURR. Apparently, the Doctor's last name is also part of the summoning ritual for the Invisible Swordsman in Three Amigos.
Oh,
wow, I didn't know
wow.
that.
Farley, 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 Huffer. My final note, the 3 comedy films that were released in 1983 shared a similar title: The Man with Two Brains, The Man Who Loved Women, and The Man Who Wasn't There.
Wow.
So that's it, guys. That's all that I could find after scouring the internet for like 70 hours.
Man.
Yep,
Just
there you go.
couldn't
There-
find
there's the glass
anything
window
here.
cleaner.
Thank you, Rob, for
Mm-mm.
that shot. That's
Yes.
fantastic. Yeah, but this was Kathleen Turner's second movie, and I thought it was kind of interesting that she was parodying her character from Body Heat.
Yeah. And I'm
but-
stunned that like she got any bad reviews for Body Heat. That is
Well, that's the funny thing about it. Like somebody called her Scum Queen, and Steve Martin read that, and he's like, "Into the mud, Scum Queen." Throws her into the mud.
fucking hell,
But,
man.
What a brilliant movie. I love this movie. It's so funny. It's so silly. That's one of my favorite scenes when the Germans are like, "Thank you, here's your ram back," and they throw the ram out off camera. They smash through the styrofoam wall of the.
Mexico's eye.
You're playing God. somebody's got to. And when he walks through the machine and like you see the little video game character of himself, and then he walks out like animating himself like the character. That's really funny. And gets blown through the wall of the lair. Boy, Steve Martin, man, what a funny guy.
He was, and I mean, holy shit, Kathleen Turner was.
Irv Griffin is still at large, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes,
still at large.
And so is Kathleen Turner's ass.
Yes, in this shot. But she was smoking hot in body heat, time, and she was hot in this movie as well. And I love
really her
heat.
personality that just makes her so on fire, and that voice,
Yeah,
she's really something else. This is apparently the only movie where she's used a body double for the ass rub scene. I don't know why. I mean, what's the big deal? You're getting paid for somebody to rub your ass.
I know. I feel cheated and abused.
Well, you'll always have body.
Exactly.
Yeah. Also, a note that I forgot to put in. I guess the soundtrack for this movie was composed by Joel Goldsmith, the son of Jerry Goldsmith.
Oh
wow! Who did a couple of scores throughout his short life? Really, he died very young. But this is a very interesting score. I think it's very funny. I wish they would have released it on CD. But this has got to be top notch. My favorite Steve Martin movie. I've never seen him funnier, and every time I watch this movie, I'm sick with laughter. It's so funny. Like where he's looking at the hooker in Germany, and she gets hit by a car, and then it just zooms in on his face, and he's like, "All right," and it's just so ridiculous. But this is like, in my personal opinion, it may not be Steve Martin's finest hour, but it's my favorite Steve Martin movie by far.
Yeah. He's a fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Let's see. Rob, what do you think of this movie?
So this is my first time seeing it. I hadn't seen it.
Awesome.
And it was awesome. I thought it was a lot of fun. I love Steve Martin. I love his sarcasm. I love the way he will twist words and do different things. And, early Steve Martin shows how really clever he was as a comedian, because, it seems like Gary mentioned, some of this was ad-libbed right off the cuff from him. And he's just brilliant at that stuff. And I love the zany situations that he puts himself in. And, the thing about it is that right away at the beginning of the movie, when you're in the car where he's talking, that it's a comedy, that it's a fun movie, that you're not supposed to take any of this seriously. And it just kind of moves from there. And I thought it was just so funny going from moment to moment. It had really good pacing, really good, bit to bit. And Kathleen Turner was perfect in this movie. I mean, she was the ultimate bad wife, evil villainous person to coincide with Steve Martin and kind of this innocent slapstick great doctor moments. And then the other thing is there's a lot of subtle humor in there. He's walking to the surgery room, and somebody put bunny ears on his thing, and he notices, and he's just like, take them off. I thought that was funny. And then what they do with the patient, which we're not going to get into, but the discussion about that, I thought, oh, that's kind of, wow, that was risque, but it's hilarious. Just all the different things that he does in this movie. Why don't you go off to take a sabbatical? And the other doctor's like, oh, will they fix your hands? Yes, this afternoon. Oh, great. You can take my other surgery this afternoon. And he's like, perfect. It's just little nuances that make it just, it's fun. It's great. It's sarcastic. It's quality humor. It's a funny story. It has just elements of comedy that you'll love, and you don't have to take it seriously. And this is what we're missing today. We're missing the comedy where you can just sit back, grab your popcorn, and just enjoy a fun movie. And that's what this is, and that's why we love it.
110%.
I don't have time to deal with this, but you got to promise yourself you're going to turn yourself in. I
Yes.
promise.
Yeah, I promise. Merv Griffith is still at large today.
Merv Griffin.
And Doug, have you seen this movie before? Do you like it?
Oh yeah, it was all right. Now this is one of my all-time favorites. I always loved it, and because I was, I just loved sight gags and all that stuff, airplane and whatnot, and this thing, it's just from beginning to end, and it's one of those you can rewatch it, even after you just watched it, and so on and so forth. But I didn't know that was Kathleen Turner's second film. And that she's literally doing a parody of her character from Body Heat. And I was like, God, that is perfect.
Right.
And it's just too bad there was the booty heat, though. That I agree with you, Doomcock. I do feel cheated. All this time. I had no idea. Now I'll never know whose booty heat I was watching. But, these things happen, you understand. But nevertheless, and Steve Martin is just... he's just so damn good at this sort of thing, and just the exaggerations and everything like that. And then to cap it off at the end there, where he says, "No, wait, I don't want her to see me like this. I've got to stand on my own 2 feet." His feet fall out and hit the floor. It's so stupid.
Yes.
I can't fuck a gorilla.
Yes.
I know. It's just.
Oh, man. My buddy Kevin is the gorilla in this movie, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah. My buddy, he does special effects and stuff like that. But he was the gorilla. He did the suit, and he's playing the gorilla in the movie. He told me.
Cool. Nice. Hey, I wonder, is it the same suit as Trading Places?
I was wondering that too.
It could be. Yeah.
I could have sworn that it was.
Me
it
too.
could be.
Wow.
Yeah, it's the same year as well.
Related.
So yeah, it could very well be. I don't know if Kevin worked on. Kevin used to work with Landis all the time too.
Wow.
So that could actually. I never thought about that. I'll have to ask.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
That's super cool, man.
Yeah. What a funny movie.
Did you have anything else?
Nah, that'll do it. Yeah, I guess so. But it's great. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. It's hilarious. And of course, it's just fun.
Yeah, that's what we need these days. A lot more fun, a lot more lighthearted stuff without, political bullshit in it everywhere. Oh my God. I believe Heather L, you got
tense, and he opens the fucking door. He's like tense. He rips the fucking doorknob off the door.
Yes.
The door.
Yeah.
I had to cut that picture.
Yes. Heather L, you were next. You got booted out and put back in. What do you think of this movie?
Yeah, it's hilarious. This is peak Steve Martin, where he's just so outrageous and his gags are just over the top. The stuff that he does, like just walking through the hospital, he's like tonguing the X-ray picture. Then he stops to like pee in the sink where they wash their hands. The doctor looks at him and he's like, "Oh yeah."
Oh, dude, when he berates the little girl, that's something else.
God, everything. It's just hilarious, and he can pull it off so well. Like no one pulls off this kind of goofy stuff like him. Oh my God, one of the lines I thought was hilarious, where he's giving the speech, and he says, "I can envision a day when the minds of brilliant men can be kept alive in the bodies of dumb people." The wax lips on the brain jar. Like a romantic gondola ride. Oh my God. His funniest expression was he's got the window cleaner and the syringe, and the German hooker who's got the voice. He's sneaking up on her with the syringe, and he's just like, can't do it. Oh my god. It's just one thing after another. It's so damn funny. Yeah, and when they're standing there, like Rob mentioned, having the conversation in the surgery room, and they're like, "You shaved her?" It's like, yeah, like a heart. Okay, like standing in the operating room, looking at like where he shaved her. So funny, but yeah, Kathleen Turner is just great in this too. I mean, the way she plays it is hilarious. Really well done. Another when he's going to dinner, like he could go on and on, but he goes to dinner without her. The guy he's meeting says his wife's not with him, asks if she's ill. He says she's not ill, she's a cheap, vulgar slut. But the guy responds, "Yeah, I've heard that." Oh my god, yeah, just line after line. This movie just cracks you up. Perfect balm for all this crap that we've been watching. It's just funny. It's brilliant. It's
Fucking
great.
classic.
Yeah.
Fucking classic.
Really
Steve
great.
Martin brings the goods. Sean, what do you think?
Like Rob, this was my first time seeing this, and it was absolutely hilarious. It's one of those movies, like if you're in a room of people and you're watching a comedy, everyone generally laughs. But if you're alone and you laugh at a movie out loud, it's good. And I laughed several times out loud as I was watching it today. It was so good. You guys were talking about the scene. Am I tense? But right before that, when he's totally blue balled, he just stands in front of a window and you hear the glass break. And that little look on his face, he goes, that thing he can do. Like that scene in Dirty Rotten Scoundrels when he's getting whipped on the leg. God, that's funniest. Oh man, yeah, such a good movie. That all these quotes, it's almost a Mel Brooks quality to this movie. You can see how Carl Reiner and Mel Brooks were friends for so long because the humor is very close, and it's just all the innuendos, just the sight gags. We get to see Steve Martin do his juggling in there to prove he isn't drunk. He's tap dancing and juggling. And he goes, "Fine, you're not drunk. Get back in the car." It's really good, and like one of the silly, goofy scenes where he's in the laboratory at the end of the movie, and he gets electrocuted, and he starts bouncing around like a pinball machine. Ding. It was stupid. It was so stupid, but I'm laughing my ass off at this. And they sped it up a little bit.
When he launches through the wall, it's fucking hysterical.
Yeah. Did you guys notice at the beginning of the movie when the woman gets hit when he hits the woman, he's heading toward her, and when he hits her, she goes over the car.
There we go. Now we'll add him back.
Another momentous exit.
Yeah, I didn't snap my fingers.
Just snap.
Like Heather. The thing was she gets hit by the car, and she travels the wrong way. I don't know if you guys caught that.
Yeah.
It was such a good, guys. Check it out if you haven't seen it. We're not spoiling anything. You'll laugh. What a great discovery, and thank you for suggesting it, you guys. It was a really good movie.
Absolutely. Andy, what do you think?
Sounds like a subdural hematoma to me. Oh, does it? Oh.
4 years of medical school, and you think you know everything. It's epidural. God damn it, that makes me mad.
This movie could be summed up in everything that you think could not work in a movie. They put in here, and it works. There's just so much that you have with this it shouldn't work. It should just be like, that's the dumbest idea ever, but you put it in here and you will laugh your butt off. This is Steve Martin. There's so much of him that's just I I feel he's underappreciated. Like, he's when we talk about like great comedians and stuff like that, and great comics and film. Um, there's always like, you get the Dean Martin, Jerry Lewis's, Abbott and Costello. Steve Martin is like, he's so good. He can be a great straight man. He can be great as like as the funny buffoon guy. He's just so good. His timing, his instincts are just so spot on. And with this movie, he just like lets himself off the leash. I laughed myself silly with the first time I saw this, when like all of the set decor, everything, it's just paper. And, like, he smashed down the door, like, and the butler's going and gets a new one. He's like, that's right. And they break that one. He's like, and he just shrugs. I mean, it's ingenious. Like, think about that, how cheap the special effects were with this, and they made it into a gag. Just like, hey, like, we don't have much of a budget for this thing. Let's just like, here, let's just make it in paper. We'll make it part of the gag. This whole thing is just like, and the casting is great too. I mean, you got David Warner in there, who's like, you look at him, and he does a really good job of being kind of sinister in this too. It's pretty interesting. But yeah, this is and Kathleen Turner, man, what a bitch! Wow, she's just like, goes out there and like and kill. Oh, and then she gets hit by the car, and then she's like, and the meanest thing ever, like, just, not tonight, honey. Like, and then he goes and breaks the glass, like Sean said. It's like, yeah, this is a fabulous movie, and it's something that, like, I don't think that there's anybody out there today that could pull this off.
No, I don't think so. Man, yeah, I mean, guys like Mel Brooks and Carl Reiner and Steve Martin, do they even exist anymore?
No.
I mean, it's sad, and I mean, there's funny guys out there, but it's more kind of the vulgar, modern humor. I mean, when it allows itself to even be funny, like Dave Chappelle and stuff, and he is very funny, but not this kind of zany, quintessentially Jewish American humor, that is just so damn funny. It's a sad thing. I wish we had a lot more of this stuff. It's really classic. All right. Well, I tell you what, let's go ahead and do a few more of these here super chat thingies before we head on out, before we saddle up and giddy up. Super chats, mofo. All right, folks. All right, let's read some of these here super chat thingies, shall we? Jack White with two $20 super chats. And by the way, Jack, you are an executive producer tonight on Pop Culture Breakdown. I want to thank you, my friend, for that. Executive producer Jack White has a few more animes to recommend to you guys. Series recommendations from him to continue his earlier super chat. And he knows what he's talking about, folks. He really does. Jack White says The Kingdoms of Ruin. I've not heard of that one before. Sentenced to be a Hero, Liar Liar, 8686, Jack of All Trades, Party of None, Guyver, Gintama, Future Boy Conan, Dragon Ball, Cowboy Bebop. I have that series. I need to watch that. Maybe that's the next one I'm going to fire up, Jack. Maybe that's the next one because I've got it. I might as well get into it. A couple of cuckoos, Tony Kawa Over the Moon for You, Blue Exorcist, More Than a Married Couple. These are two $20 super chats, folks. More Than a Married Couple, but Not Lovers, Astra Lost in Space, Berserk of Gluttony, Code Geass, Mobile Suit Gundam, Gundam 0083, Stardust Memory, Zeta Gundam. There's a lot of Gundam. Gundam ZZ, Gundam Char's Counterattack, Gundam Hathaway, and Death Note, which I have read 4 manga of Jack White. I've read a big chunk of Death Note. like those volumes, the collections that came out. And Jack White also adds with a $5 super chat, The Genius Prince's Guide to Raising a Nation Out of Debt. Be Stronger, New Saga. Executive producer Jack White, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Jack, for those recommendations. And Royston S. Bailey with a $2 super chat pointing out that the hologram girl on Starfleet Academy, she's the Emma Sassy OMG. Elder Royston S. Bailey. I swear to God, they really have kind of topped themselves with this shit. They really, it's just when you think, oh, Kurtzman can't do any worse. He can. And he does. It's amazing. Amazing. Digi Akuma has been a channel member of mine at the Dumentite level for 74 months, dude. 74 months. Hail to you, Digi Akuma. And Digi Akuma says, hello, Lord Doomcock. What are your thoughts on Discord forcing Discord digital ID to get out of teen mode? I fear for future of roundtables. I don't know anything about it, man. I don't know a lot about Discord. I mean, I guess I would have to ask, what is teen mode exactly? What does that entail? I don't know. If it's a huge fucking pain in the ass, you know what? We'll do something else. I'll find some other solution other than Discord. I just don't know. I think it's crap. I mean, I think this whole digital ID bullshit thing is a complete, overreach and intrusion on people's privacy and everything. And I don't support it at all. I just don't know a whole lot about this particular flavor of this despicable crap. I guess we'll have to see, Digi Akuma, and if anybody has any solutions after that, regarding better places to go. I guess we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Admiral Teague says, you got to flash your ID or let it bioscan you to get full access to Discord starting soon. Unfucking believable. I guess we'll have to have a meeting and talk about this, folks. The Deadman 79 with a $4.99 super chat. Hail to the Deadman 79, says DC. I watched the Dunk and Egg show today. So fat. I love it. It's really engaging and held my attention. What is the Dunk and Egg show?
It's a Game of Thrones thing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'll never watch anything at all associated with Game of Thrones. Ever. I don't believe in rewarding authors who fuck over their audience. I guess I'll watch it when George R.R. Martin comes out with the last 2 volumes of his fucking, Song of Fire and Ice saga. Otherwise, yeah, I don't give a fuck about Westeros. I don't give a fuck about anything he writes or does. But that's just me. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying it. I will not watch it. It's the same reason I will not watch, Better Call Saul, even though, it wrapped up and people said it was really good, because I really, really hated how Gilligan completely destroyed Breaking Bad for me in the home stretch. So, but hey, that's just me. I'm a super villain, and I'm a mean, cranky super villain. So what are you going to do? I do not forget, and I do not forgive. I do not. Jack White, producer, executive producer, Jack White. Oops, and it jumped on me. Shit. Sorry about that. Hold on. Let me, it just jumped on me, dude. Sorry about that. Okay. Gosh. Okay. What the hell? Okay, man, it really jumped on me. Okay, now I found it. Sorry about that, folks. Executive producer Jack White with a $10 super chat, a $5 super chat, and another $5 super chat. Oh, geez. And a $10 super chat. Hail to you, Jack White, executive producer. He says, for the record, in the Fallout games, when it comes to the vaults, some of them were built to shelter humans from nukes. Other vaults were built to perform fucked up experiments on their inhabitants. Okay, so there's a whole other like dimension of probably that bleeds over to the show, even though it doesn't follow the games necessarily. Thank you, Jack. And Jack also points out with $5 super chat, it wasn't just Canada. It was also China and a couple of other countries that the nukes fell regarding. Now, of course, that's not true in the show. In the show, I believe it was Vaultec that triggered this thing, but it did not follow the lore of the games, from what I understand, my limited understanding of it, since I haven't played the games. Jack White with a $5 super chat points out, thank you, executive producer Jack White, says more series recommendations. Tune into the Midnight Heart. Alia sometimes hides her feelings in Russian. I'm getting married to a girl I hate in my class. Very good. And then Jack points out with a $10 super chat, and some light novel series recommendations. Private Tutor to the Duke's Daughter. Seventh, The Strange Adventure of a Broke Mercenary. The Hero and the Sage Reincarnated and Engaged. And Jack White also points out with a $5 super chat, hail to you, Jack. He says, that may have been Canada 20 years ago. Now it's a commie asshole that is more interested in offing its citizens and taking care of them, according to Jack White. Hail to you, Jack. Well, I've heard there's all sorts of problems all over the world. Hail to you, sir. And Jack White also points out with a $5 super chat, actually two $5 super chats. Thank you, Jack. He says the third leading cause of death in Canada was medical assistance in dying, for anyone who is not aware of that. And that's also not going into the fact that Canada's current PM is a 3-passport holding WEF attending globalist hoe, he says. Hail to you, Jack White. He's got strong opinions here. I've heard things, all sorts of things. Thank you, Jack. Paula Veter Gamer with a $9.99 super chat. Hail to you, Paula Veter Gamer says, hail all. I wish to share a little bit of recent pop culture. It's a music video made with AI as a tool celebrating the heart, spirit, and history of the UK. It's called A Million Amelias. Yes, I have heard of this, Paula Veter Gamer. Apparently, Amelia is an AI-generated beautiful woman who, just drives the, wokies in the UK crazy. And a lot of, patriots have kind of rallied around Amelia, and, they love Amelia. They love the message she represents. They love her videos. So good, a little grassroots resistance to the tyranny out there. Hail to you, Paula Veter Gamer. That's, she is something. She's quite a phenomenon. And Udite1 with a $5 super chat. Hail to you, Udite1 says, I hear this Dracula movie focuses on his origin and the love story involved, which may be why it's a Valentine's time release. Well, dude, I've never heard anything about this before now. So it's really interesting. I'm going to look into this, and I guess I'm going to go see this movie. It sounds fucking amazing. Goku McDuck with a 20 Mexican peso super chat. Hail to you, Goku McDuck says, can Harvey sing Shawn Michaels' theme? No, because I don't know Shawn Michaels' theme. I don't know it either, oddly enough. Hail to you, Goku McDuck. Sorry about that, man. I don't know Shawn Michaels' theme. Ascended to Sanity, Evan Peterson with a $2 super chat. Hail, Evan. He says they have Deep Space Nine confused with Quantum Leap. Yeah. Oh, boy. See, that's what you say when a new episode starts and you realize just how bad it is. Usually a minute or two into the thing is enough to prompt you to say, oh, boy. but without the wonderful music from Quantum Leap. As a buffer, Trevin Lane with a $10 super chat. Trevin, I'm sorry I didn't get to this while you were still with us, man. You had to go to bed. But Trevin Lane says the latest flop from Sweet Baby Inc. is out. Relooted has debuted to a yawn-inducing 57 max players yesterday. Whoa! It has been struggling to get over 30 players since. Go woke, go broke, out fucking standing. Are you serious? 57 max players? Wow. And Jack White, executive producer, concurs with a $5 super chat on a positive note. It looks like Sweet Baby Inc. is in its death throes. Shit. Wow. Well, good. I mean, these woke game companies, they deserve whatever the fucking abuse they get, pretty much, of a financial nature. The Dead Man 79 with a $9.99 super chat. Hail to you, the Dead Man 79 says the Celestial Temple exists outside of time and space. Sisko could simultaneously return to Deep Space Nine and live his life out on Bajor while at the same time appear in the Starfleet Academy timeline. Yeah, could. But I'm glad that Avery Brooks has too much taste or was too expensive to be so degraded and allow his character to be degraded. Because it would be any legacy character that appears in any of these, no Trek atrocities is automatically degraded, ruined for all time. Soiled, 100% soiled. Look at Captain, Puke, the galloping gourmet in his fucking quarters cooking. It's terrible. It's fucking awful. And Jack White with a $2 super chat and a $5 super chat, 2 in a row. Hail to you, Jack White. He says Jay-Z is the one who gave us Bad Bunny. Maybe that's why he fled so rapidly. Fucking, oh man, what a pile of shit. And Jack White also says another series recommendation: the legendary detective is already dead. Thank you, Jack White. I don't think I've heard of that one before. I don't think I've heard. Have you mentioned that one before? The legendary detective is already dead. I don't think I've heard of that one. Sounds interesting. And Kurt James with a $9.99 super chat. Hail to you, Kurt. He says, Markiplier, the YouTuber, wrote, directed, financed, and stars in the 2026 feature film Iron Lung, an adaptation of the video game from Iron Lung from David Szymanski. We need Doomcock the movie. People are crying out for Doomcock the movie. Some discussion has happened in the past. I don't know. It's possible. I'll just say that it's possible. Jack White with a $5 super chat and more series recommendations and a $5 super chat and a $10 super chat. Hail to you, Jack White, executive producer. He says some more series recommendations: Solo Leveling, A Returner's Magic Should Be Special, The Seven Deadly Sins, Eden's Zero, Four Knights of the Apocalypse, and another series recommendation: Mobile Fighter G Gundam. And Harvey, what? You do realize that in order to get access to your son's money, you will have to submit to a paternity test. Well, there's wrinkles to any plan. I will consider my options if this dude who bears a certain resemblance to me cashes in big time in Hollywood. I will assess my options at that juncture. All right. And Kurt James with a $1.99 super chat. Hail to you, Kurt James says, insert to avoid Ambrosia's wrath. Laughing at his bit. Well, the only reason we didn't laugh is we couldn't understand it, dude. But thank you for covering our asses and yours, Kurt James, with that laughter. They had some laugh emojis too. So you were killing them. Gary. Hail to you, Kurt James. And executive producer Jack White with two $20 super chats with suggestions for movies we love segments. in the future. And I'm going to read these together. Hail to you, Jack White. Thank you, sir, for being an executive producer tonight. And you have good taste in movies. Here he says, movies we love segments for The Fugitive, Patriot Games, Clear and Present Danger, Dirty Harry the Enforcer, Bogart the Enforcer, The Godfather 1 and 2, Deja Vu, Man on Fire, Argo, All Through the Night, The Big Sleep, The Big Sleep, and Dark Passage. Some Bogart movies there, outstanding. LA Confidential, American Gangster, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, Antoine Fisher, The Hurricane, Apollo 13, Batman Begins, the original Spider-Man, the Sam Raimi Spider-Man, X-Men, X2, X-Men Days of Future Past, Thunderball, GoldenEye, Catch Me If You Can. These are some very, very good suggestions. Dirty Harry the Enforcer. I guess we haven't done that one then, huh? Oh,
No.
and Andy, have we done Dirty Harry's the Enforcer?
No, we've only done Dirty Harry and Magnum Force.
That might be actually a good thing, round out the Dirty Harry series. There might be some good notes on that too. I guess we'll talk about that in a minute. Kurt James with a $4.99 super. Jack White had another $20 super chat. I might as well just put this all together here. Thank you, Jack White. Continuing with the requests for movies. Jack White says, Enemy of the State, Death Wish, The Departed, The Firm, JFK. That would be tough to do notes on. There's so much material. Michael Clayton, The Martian, No Country for Old Men. Oh, that would be interesting. Ocean's 11, The Prestige, Rain Man, Ray, Red Dragon. Yes, the Hannibal Lecter movie. The Star Chamber, Traitor, Zodiac, Sound of Freedom. And then another $20 super chat with some animes requested. Castle in the Sky, Howl's Moving Castle, Princess Mononoke, Whisper of the Heart, Spirited Away, Weathering with You, Your Name, The Boy and the Beast, The Girl Who Leapt Through Time. I've never heard of that one. The Children Who Chase Lost Voices. I have not heard of that one. And Paterna Inverted. Wow, 3 in a row I had never even heard of. Nice, dude. Nice choices there, Jack. We'll talk about that in a minute. Kurt James with a $4.99 super chat and a little factoid here. Hail to you, Kurt. He says, Doug et al., the uncredited body double for Kathleen Turner was reportedly Deborah Naylor. Hail, Steve Martin. Well, I don't want a nailer. That's nice. Hail to you, Kurt James. Body double for Kathleen Turner, Deborah Naylor. I don't know how Kurt James found that out, but well done, Kurt Bloody James. Nice. Dude, some information we can use. Goku McDuck with a 20 Mexican peso super chat. Hail to you, Goku. He says, internet neutrality needs to return. I agree entirely. Anonymity and neutrality. The internet is one of the greatest things ever invented by mankind, and it's being rendered useless. All but useless. It's so fucking sad. Paula Veter Gamer with a $4.99 super chat. Hail to you, Paula Veter Gamer, says, hail DC. Just wanted to share that Fallout 4 is coming to Switch 2, and maybe in the future, Fallout New Vegas. I know you prefer consoles. I do, Paula Veter Gamer, and that's good news. I look forward someday to going ahead and playing some of those Fallout games. I've always wanted to play Fallout New Vegas. And now that I've seen the show, my desire has tripled to go into this franchise and play some of these games. And then Kurt James corrects himself with a $4.99 super chat. Hail to you, Kurt. He says, I was wrong. The double's identity has not been formally documented in major film databases or production notes. Hangs head in shame. Cheers all. Hey, dude, at least you tried. And you corrected yourself immediately. And who can do more than that? Hail to you, Kurt James. God bless you, brother. That was nicely done, sir. Nicely bloody done. Let's see. Okay, I'm scrolling. It keeps popping on me here. Okay. Okay, I gotcha. Goku McDuck with a 50 Mexican peso super chat, and actually 250 Mexican peso super chats in a row. Thank you, Goku McDuck. He says, YouTube does not let me write in super chat the lyrics for Harvey Michaels' theme. He says, Shawn Michaels was a wrestler who had a music theme which fits Harvey, except Harvey spreads the merchandise all over. Okay. I don't know. I don't know anything about Shawn Michaels or Michaels' theme, Goku McDuck. You would definitely have to send us, send us like a recording of it or something that we'd have a chance to check it out. Jack White with a $10 super chat. Executive producer Jack White. Hail to you, Jack. Holy smokes, brother. Really appreciate it. He says, some more movie suggestions. The Place Promised in Our Early Days. Or is this anime? Ghost in the Shell. I heard that like a new version of that is being released. Have you heard about that, Jack? My Neighbor Totoro, A Silent Voice, The Tunnel to Summer, The Exit 2 of Goodbyes, The Boy and the Heron, Copland, Brave the Dark, Beirut, The Aviator, and then Jack White adds with a $10 super chat, Blade 2, Iron Man. Oh, I know we've done Iron Man. Surely we've done Iron Man. Captain America,
Nope.
the first. We haven't done Iron Man?
Nope.
Oh, we should definitely do Iron Man. Shit. Captain America, the First Avenger. Captain America, the Winter Soldier. Thor. Ant-Man. Deadpool. We did Deadpool. I know we did Deadpool. Right?
I'm looking up everything right now.
Deadpool
No, I don't
2.
think we've done Deadpool.
No shit. Seriously? Guardians of the Galaxy 1 and 2, Hellboy, The Incredible Hulk, Shazam, and Avengers. Well, look, Iron Man was the one that that started the whole thing. I think that, Iron Man or Spider-Man would be great movies to do. Hail to you, Goku McDuck. Hail to you, executive producer Jack White. I'd be surprised if we had never done Deadpool. God, that's interesting.
We have not done Iron Man.
Okay.
Let's see, Deadpool. Nope, we've not done Deadpool either.
Wow. Okay, so some good suggestions there. Probably lots of possible notes on that. Let's go around and give everyone a chance to say goodnight. And poor Doug, he got popped out, but we're popping him right back in here. There we go. The connections. What the fuck? And there he goes again. All right, here we go. Hold on. There we go. Hey, he's back, ladies and gentlemen. All right, my God. Let's go now around and let everybody say goodnight and plug whatever they would like. Gary Ambrosia here at the center of the earth with me. Say goodnight to the nice folks out there.
Hail to the chat. Hail to the wrenches. We love you guys very, very much. Even you. Even you. We'll see you next week. Until then, stay angry.
You always point at me. It seems like you're pointing at me. I don't know. Wow.
It's always about you, isn't it?
I know. It's like it's making me paranoid. Hey, Andy Masterson, go ahead and plug away your channel, brother.
Gary, when you're pointing, this is impolite. This is supposed to be better, and this means something completely different. But that's beside the point.
I don't know gang signs, dude. So I don't know what the fuck you're... Okay. All right.
I'll have to fill you in that third one later when
that looks like basically you're signaling I had an accident in the kitchen with the knife. So, don't eat the stew. That's what that means.
Let's go with that.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us, and we will catch you guys next week when we'll have more frivolity and excitement to send your way.
And your channel is?
Laboratory of Mayhem, which I don't really do much on, but I should.
All right, there we go. Hail to you, Andy Masterson. Thank you, sir. He's going to school us in gang signs. And Rob writes Gen X Pop Culture. Rob, go ahead and plug away, my friend.
Yes, Rob writes Gen X Pop Culture, and today I had another Star Wars AI video that dropped. So if you get a chance after this, go check it out. It actually features the guys from Echo Base Network. And then this weekend we are doing the top hits of 1978 with Heather and Stark of Iron and Agent Pepsi 1. So come check that out. That's 5:30 on Sunday, and we're also doing Bat Out of Hell's our album we love, and then. In a couple weeks, Heather and I are going to be reviewing this movie, The Outlaw Josie Wales with Clint Eastwood. So stay tuned for those on my channel. And that's all I've got.
The Outlaw Josie Wales has a really good happy ending because at the end of it, he goes off and founds Josie and the Pussycats. And, they do some really rocking tunes, man. They really do. Did you know that?
Yeah. Everybody come along.
Josie and the Pussycats. Go ahead, Heather L. Say good night to everybody.
Good night to everybody. Good night, Doomcock. Thank you so much again for having me. It was a blast. And good night, chat. Hope to see you on Friday.
Good night, Mrs. Calabash, wherever you are. Hail to you, Heather L.
Good night, Harvey.
Yeah, good night to you, Heather L. And Sean, go ahead and plug away, my friend.
Okay, well, you can watch me build models, which I haven't done in a while, on the Sci-Fi Model Guy. And if you want to hear us rip Kurtzman a new one, you can join us on Admiral Teague's channel tomorrow night at, I think, 8:30 Central. And we're going to review the episode that's coming out tonight. And we usually have a really good time. I mean, it's painful to watch, but we have a lot of fun. So come check us out and join. It's fun. It's a fun time.
Oh man, is that behind all the weight loss? Just like,
yeah, because I just purge after I see this stuff.
Involuntarily purging Sean Carter.
But it's not glitter, so
yeah, thank God. Thank God. It never should be. That's the thing. And let's go ahead and have Doug Nelson say goodnight and plug his vast entertainment empire here. Doug, it's good to see you.
Good to see me too. Good night, everybody. Glad you watched. We'll do it again next week. By the way, I've got comic books. See that over my shoulder? indieplanet.com/Douglas Nelson. That's all you got to do, and then you can get some of my comics. Thanks. Oh yeah, look, see how happy Rob is. Yeah, that's the happiness you can expect once you get your hands on those comic books. So what are you doing? Don't delay. Get your night comics today.
Thank you very much, Doug Nelson, aka Mr. Nelson. And that is the address where you can get them right there, folks.
Yeah.
Anything else you would like to add for us, Doug?
No, that's it. That's all I got. Sorry. Oh, I got a channel with Nelson Ratings. You can watch that. I do stuff on it a lot.
Excellent, Doug. Excellent. See, I knew you were. I was just like, and yeah, self-promote. Come on, Doug. You can do it. Thank you, Doug. I appreciate that, man. It's great stuff. Doug Nelson, ladies and gentlemen. What a guy. All right, let's see. We got just a couple more super chats came in here. Hail to you all. Let's see. Okay. Jack White with a $10 super chat and 2 $5 super chats. Hail to you, Jack. Executive producer Jack White says, no, I already read. Okay, I read that one. Okay. Here's 2 more. He says Wonder Woman, The Wind Rises, Bridge of Spies, Rescue Dawn, Prisoners, The Lincoln Lawyer. That's got Matthew McConaughey in it. Inside Man, Four Brothers, When. And then he also adds, you guys should tackle Castle in the Sky next week in honor of James Vanderbeek. He is the dub voice of the main boy, Patsu. Well, we will look at it, Jack White. I know I want to take it easy on Gary Ambrosia because, you know, he banged his head against the wall trying to get notes for Man with Two Brains. I don't want to, you know, contribute to the brain damage already incurred on our behalf. And Paula Veter Gamer with $1.99 super chat. Hail, Paula Veter Gamer says Reloaded is already 10% off on Steam. LMAO, no way. Well, when you've only got, what'd you say, 53 players, 57 players? I mean, fucking hell. That is a fucking disaster, Paula Veter Gamer. A fucking disaster. Wow. All right, folks. Well, I just want to thank you all for coming tonight, and I want to thank the panel for being so awesome tonight. And gosh, I'm looking forward to this Friday when we will have a Valentine's Day, Friday the 13th celebration. Unlucky in Love is the theme. And if you have any stories of lovelorn, you know, tales, you don't have to attach your name to them or anything. Just get them to me, you know, the usual ways. And Harvey and I will read them and comment on them online. It'll be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to this one. All right, folks, from the center of the earth, this is Dictor Van Doomcock bidding you all, my friends, stay angry. And I hope to see you next Wednesday right here and on Friday Night Frolics. Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody.